Okay, friends and neighbors, it's DK here at Mr. V Amps, and we're going to be building 6A14. This is a kit that I've done before. I do it kind of in my own style. I've got a couple things I like to do with it, but anyway, we're going to try to do this in real time. The last time I did this, I was contemplating actually doing this as a live stream. The last time I did this, I know I edited it down. I think we completed the whole process in maybe a 30-minute video or something, but that ain't going to happen this time. I'm actually going to try to do this in real time, so you get an idea of how long this really takes. Now these are laser cut chassis, and of course they have this lovely plastic on here which you have to peel off. So maybe if you all want the condensed short version of this, you can go look for that, but if you would prefer the long involved version, by all means you can go look for that one too. Maybe I'm picking the wrong spot to peel this from. So what I decided is I am going to edit this down, but our edits are going to be you know, maybe between breaks or when I have to get up and get a tool or something. But this is going to give you a realistic idea of how long it takes to do one of these kits, and then what happens is the comment section always fills up with, hey, what do you do for this step? Well, you're going to get to see every step. Let's see. My biggest concern at this point with this stuff is to uncover the region that I need to install power transformers on. So the rest of it can buzz off for now. And I actually do remember where these transformers go. It's been a little while. I believe let's see, so everything is going to line up. We have our main power transformers over here. I think our output's over here and our reverb is over here, or something like that. So they should all be in the box. And I think I have the boxes right here with me. So this is our biggest one. This should be our power transformer. And I know there's somebody somewhere going, oh my gosh, this is going to be absolute drudgery. There's no way I'm going to watch a video this long. And you know what? I feel ya. I feel ya. That's why there's a condensed version. So here is our power transformer. And that's going to fit in like that. But first we got to take the nuts off of it, and of course they're wanting to stick on there good, because of course they do. Let's see. Oh, they're sticking. I'm going to want a socket. And the first socket you grab is always the wrong size. And so is the second. And the third one is good, so now I just need the socket driver, which should be laying here on my bench. You're going to watch a lot of rummaging for tools, I'm warning you folks. That's my signature, is rummaging for tools, wondering where I put things. I know a couple of my friends are probably watching, and they've worked with me on jobs before, and they're probably laughing their butts off going, no wonder this is a 4-hour video. You spent an hour and a half looking for your tools. Okay. So I intend to leave the lower bolt on, and I'm taking off the upper bolt and the star washer from each of these corners. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure you'll tell me in the comment section, but out of all the ones I've done so far, this is what I've done, and it's worked out fine for me. probably have to go rummaging through the hardware or foraging through the hardware to locate the rubber inserts here. Well, we're going to have some dropping bolts and screws on the floor too. That's another one of my famous signature acts here. It's dropping nuts and bolts on the floor. So we're going to make sure all the wires go through and situate that there. Okay. Star washers, nuts. And we'll give it a little flip here. And that fits fairly nice in there. The holes are machined a smidge on the wide side, but nothing our washers and nuts aren't going to handle good for us. So what I want to do is on this corner I want to put a solder tab, and we also have this post, this copper post that sticks up there, and the last time I did this I used that as a grounding plane and it worked out real good. So I want to use that again because I liked how it turned out last time. So we'll call this an ASMR video because you can hear all the sound effects, right? There might be a drill coming later, so all you folks that like to claw your face off at loud aggravating sounds, there's your warning. We're at the 7-minute mark. We would be at the 30-second mark if this wasn't in real time. Oh. Okay, so there's 2, so now it's not going anywhere. I'm thinking about the grounding scheme ahead of time, and again, because I have that post, I generally use the post, and I'm going to set the post up. I am bringing a couple extra pieces to the table that are not included with the kit, and I will discuss what those are. I did order my own tubes for this project. The tubes that Weber includes with these kits I don't know what they are now, but they used to be the Shuguang, the Chinese tubes, which are okay, but they're not tested and balanced and all of that kind of stuff. So you might get a bum one. They don't charge a lot of money for them, but to get a guaranteed tube that is, you know, what I want for the item. Okay, now I just dropped that star washer on there like a silly without dropping my, well actually no, I do want the star washer on first. What I've got is I've got these little tabs that you can solder to, and I get these from CE Distribution, and I want to put one of these little tabs on here that I can solder to, so after, you'll see why I put that on there, but I want to put one on the corner bolt here. And we're going to use that for the earth ground of our Ampere. This chassis I think is stainless steel, and soldering down to this particular metal can be very difficult. So, you know, call me a wimp if you will. We are going to get these bolts very snug, because we don't want the power transformer to fall out anytime soon. That would suck, and that would make an unhappy customer if they were playing their epic amplifier, and I'm going to be putting my name on it, so I certainly don't want to schmooze up in that department. Okay, well, apparently somebody didn't pay attention. No, they did pay attention, they just did them different. That's our new capacitor unit. That's pretty slick. And they do them in a copper cap now. They were doing them in a plastic one. Initially I saw that and I thought that was one of the tube rectifier replacements. And I'm like, oh, I thought I said I was going to use a regular tube rectifier. So again, this is the kind of stuff you're going to get in real time, me going, oh, hey, look, they changed this. Hey, look, they changed that. This is not what I ordered. Actually, usually, they've been doing really well at getting the orders complete. There have been a boo-boo here or there where, you know, a resistor is missing or something stupid like that. And I have that kind of stuff laying around to make up for that, with the exception of, you know, sometimes it's like a 10-watt power resistor or something for biasing. And normally, if that kind of thing happens, you can just send a message and say, hey, okay, there's our output transformer, that's all good. Up, and there's the bolts. See, the bolts were taped to it. Yeah, the things you know. Dun 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 dun. Alright. Now, prior to me bolting this on, I am going to want to locate the inserts for that. So we're going to take our first edit here. Okay, so it was not a challenge finding those. These are just the little rubber inserts. Now putting them in, that can be a challenge too. These are actually better than some other ones I've had with other kits. I can't remember, to be honest with you, if the Weber kit last time was using the soft rubber ones like this, or they were using that pliable plastic that really isn't that pliable. So the pliable plastic, or whatever you want to call them, I have a kit of washers that are pretty darn similar to these, actually maybe a little bit firmer than these, that I got at a Harbor, and those work just fine. I'm sorry, I abbreviated it. Harbor Freight Tools. Cheap Chinese tools at value prices for the stuff you intend to use once, and then it breaks, he says, while you sit there and watch me use all my cheap import tools. Okay, now for our transformer, I want to make sure I mount it the correct direction. So our output jacks are going to be back here, so I'm going to want to put the output side of things to this side, so I'm going to want to put it, you know, in this way. Okay. Straighten that out so it's not all bunged up there. Feed them through there. I'm sure somebody out there is going to, you know, tell me how much more awesome my amplifier would be if I would just order the Mercury transformers or something like that, because, you know, it's the internet and everybody has opinions that are, you know, better than mine, because it's the nature of the internet, right? So anyhow, this is actually for a customer of mine, and the prototype amp that he tried out was the Seafoam Green 6814 that I built last time, and he said, I want one just like that. So the other amplifier passed the awesome test. So if it passes the awesome test, why am I going to want to go and retool and rethink to try to make awesome even more awesomer, when at this point you can make something nice and not completely and totally break the bank. Now I'm trying to line up the holes to the transformer on the other side, and because the man, I have too big of hands. Because the circuit board is going to go here, I'm using the screw heads on this side. We're going to put the nuts on the other side because the screw heads don't stick up as far, and they'll lay flatter underneath the board for me. Does that make sense to you? Does it? I hope so. Where is my screwdriver? Well, there's one over there. I can use that. Okay, so that's kind of snug. Well, it feels like those star washers on the bottom of there are biting really well and not turning, so that'll save me a step of having to put a wrench underneath it. That's good. Okay, pull the wires through there. A little more there and a little more here. And that's close enough for government work. Cool. Now, I gotta figure out the reverb transformer. One of these holes doesn't actually have stuff going through it. This is for the bias. You know what? This is the other bias one, I think. Hold on, let me see where this lines up. This is our reverb transformer, and of course it is already pre-drilled for that, so let me figure out where this goes. Not there. Let's see. Where does this go? How did I forget? I'm such a silly. Let's see here. I solved this problem once before. No. One would think, but no, because there's gonna have to be, that's where that goes, and these are both for tube sockets, so that's definitely not it. It's right here. Here. It's over here. Not over here, it's over here. Who's the big silly now? But, you know, if you watch my previous video, you know I don't make mistakes. Just crank right on through. It's the miracle of video editing, so I opted to not edit this down so you can see the process in all of its lovely glorifications. Thank you, Kobe. That was very insightful. Okay, so in this case, all of the wires are going to go through that hole. So we'll turn the transformer so it faces this way. And I still don't want to do it. I still want the screw heads on the inside of the chassis rather than on the outside. So it goes disco like that. Oh noes, the screw hole is just a little bit too small, by just a little bit. Well, that's the end of the world, isn't it? How much of a little bit off is that? A lot or just a little bit? Enough that it counts, I think. Well, there's our first technical problem. It's really close, but the screws are slightly too wide. Well, it's unfortunate because the small cordless drill I usually like to use was in my van, which is in the garage. So we have the world's most tired, awful, beat up Boy, that drill's hard. And she's a smoker too. This is a nice thick heavy chassis. It's a good chassis. Now that obviously better fit good. Let's try it. Now watch, I overshot it. No, that'll work fine. Now I just need to do it again. I wish I had one size slightly smaller. That's good, and the crappy chuck let go. Dang, that's hot. Wow. Is this drill totally smoked? Now, it looks like I'm most of the way through. Does my screw go through? If it does, forget it. I'm not drilling anymore. This drill's there we go. Yeah, so we're good on that front. So, hooray for that. Now I can put this awful drill down and away. In an ideal world, one would want to apply more pressure at a slower pace so you don't burn your finger with a hot drill bit like an airhead does. But, you know, sometimes you have to use what you have on hand, and you don't get to have what you ideally want. If I were going for ideals, I would lose quite a bit of time having to run across town to obtain my drill I want from my van at the garage. A half an hour drive from here. So, you know, maybe that awful drill is slightly less awful just because it's here. I actually recall the video instruction guide for somebody else's kit that I did not purchase here, and I believe that on theirs you had to widen all of the holes for the controls, like the pots were too wide, which you probably want to do that with a stepper bit, which I know I do have one around here. Okay, now this one, she ain't gripping like the other side did. The star washers are not doing the same kind of work, so let's find a socket to fix that. Try that one maybe. Nope. And these are funky sockets. These are the stuff. They're really horribly expensive if you try to buy them new. They're Metrinch, the ones that can both do metric and SAE. They're far from perfect, and there's no way on planet Earth I would spend the kind of money an original kit of these costs. However, I got these at the auction, and I got the whole kit really cheap. I think I actually showed them on one of my auction finds videos, and I kind of said to myself, yeah, right, like I'm never going to use that. Well, lo and behold, I do. And drat, I scooted it over where I can't reach the nut for this side. Of course. Come on, what the heck? Scoot over. You get to experience all the fun, like a Phillips screwdriver that doesn't want to line up, and yeah, practical funness. Okay, let's see how we do it. And of course, now I can't get the socket on this side. So it's an either-or proposition, I suppose, huh? There ain't no way I'm going to be able to get the socket on both sides of that. Just because reasons. Now maybe that star washer will bite this time. Oh sure it does. It bites this time. Didn't bite last time. It bites this time. That's funny. Just my practical luck, huh? Let's see, is that going to bite or is that going to spin? That's going to bite. Alright, cool. So that reverb transformer is now snug enough that it ain't going anywhere. Oh, bollocks. I realized I just pinned a little bit of this material, this peel-off material, underneath there. I get to correct that. See, kids? Look at all the fun you're missing. Let's see if I can do this without having to completely and totally undo all of my beautiful work here. Beautiful work. Alright, there we go. Now that's peeled out of the way. Because, you know, you gotta be a little bit OCD. See, if you had just a little piece of that gray papery junk underneath one of those transformers, you know, it would drive you nuts. Because, you know, you're trying to build the perfect thing. And is that biting now? Oh good, it's gonna bite. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. You bite too, Kobe. Alright. Good. And I didn't pin any of the wires down underneath. That's good. Now we need to put those wires in through the chassis. Because I feel my wrist make a funny popping sound, and I feel some sharp pain shoot up my arm. Okay. So we would have the amp entirely built in full edit mode, but at a half an hour we've got the transformers on. Better than nothing, right? So what do you say we proceed to put the tube sockets on? I think that's a good idea. So before I go too crazy, let's peel this back a bit more. So our tube socket area is no longer covered by the mystical cutting paper, and our chassis gets covered in my fingerprints. Well, I figure at the end of the day I'm putting my name on it, so it's no surprise to anybody who put it together. Alright. That's good. Now, tube sockets. Now they put spacers in here, and I'm not a zillion% sure how they intended those to be used. I have an idea, but let's start with an octal. Okay, so the octal, this end will not fit in there. It will not crest in there, so therefore they're probably expecting you to drop it in like that. That's okay. Now, on our peak shaw, which I'm looking at the inside, pin 1 goes away from the transformer, so that's how we are here. So that's fine. And this being a rectifier socket, it's going to be an octal tube, and the octal tube shall have a bear trap. And of course I did drop a screw back in the bag because silly. Okay, now is that going to work with a regular screwdriver, or do I need to get the littler number 1 here? Number 1. Okay. I think I can reach in that. No, I can't. I was gonna say I think I can reach in that one hole where the electric socket's supposed to go. Good. Now let's just put the stuff up here and then tip it and then lose it all down the drain. Did I already lose it all down the drain? Of course I did, because that's how I roll. Let's I'll quote our Bob Ross mantra. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Show you a happy accident. There we go. Where did that bolt go? Did I actually lose it? No, it just rolled over here. Well, that's good, and I got this all cattywampus and out of the hole. So great. So that's all cattywampus now. Is that an inappropriate term? Are we not allowed to say cattywampus? Is that a, I don't know. I know it's a funny nonsense word, but is that a, is that of Native American heritage, so you can't say it anymore? I think somewhere down the line, I can claim at least as much Native American as Elizabeth Warren. Oh no, I made a political joke. Everybody quick hit the angry button for political jokes. That's gonna go on there because it didn't want to thread on pretty for quite a spell there. Let's see, now it does. Let's see. Now again, these have the star washers. Are they gonna bite or are they gonna spin? That one's gonna bite. And that one is going to bite. Feels like it. Excellent, yes. If I try to put that any tighter, the screw head's going to go bye-bye. So that's good. Don't kill your screw heads, friends and neighbors. Okay, so we've got our pin 1 facing the direction that it appears to face in our diagram, I think. So let me flip this over and look at it the way the diagram has it. Okay. Just to verify, our pin 1's right there, and on our diagram our pin 1 is right there. So yeah, I done good. Okay, cool. Now again, it's not mandatory. You could flip the socket around. Just remember that you flipped the socket around, because if you wire it up backwards, you know, something bad might happen. And I would prefer that all of you'uns, I think that's a word too, that decide to do a project like this, I wish you great success rather than major failures with explosions and fire. This is not the Electro Boom channel, although it is fun to watch somebody blow something up. I will grant you that. I try not to do that here. And actually, it's been quite a while since I've done the explosion jump scare. Maybe I should do that. But that would require editing, and we agreed that we're not going to do a edit. We're just going to pause the camera if I have to get up and walk across the room to go get something. And that we're going to work in real time. Real time. That's a socket for one of our 6V6s. And we have yet another octal socket. Now, I'm sure somebody out there is going, why are you using those ceramic sockets? I think that you should buy the plastic sockets from Belton or whatever. And I've had a bunch of people, you know, tell me how bad and how problematic the ceramic sockets are. However, the only reason I know that ceramic sockets are problematic is because people on the internet told me that. It has nothing to do with any of the ceramic sockets I've actually used in projects that I've been using for 10 years or more. I'm not the kind of guy, nor is my customer, who just likes to willy-nilly plug and unplug tubes 100,000 times. Just for fun. You know, it's not about that. Find an amp that you like, you get it sounding the way you like, and then you use it. And if you didn't buy junk tubes to start with, or you didn't buy questionable tubes off of eBay, you'll probably get a good number of hours out of it. You'll probably get days and years. Mr. Big, an amp I made back in 2009, still has all the original tubes in it. Now, admittedly, when I first put it together and got everything working, I fiddled around with it and played with a few different tubes in the preamp section until I found what I really like the sound of best, or what I like the gain structure of the best, I should say. And then I just rode that pony because I was happy with it. No issues there. Okay, so that's 3 down. We can play some songs for you there, if you wish. And on these, they have their, should be dropped like that, I think-ish. Yep, that's how they have them oriented. So again, I'm just mirror imaging this in with my brain here, and now with my luck, I'll think I have it down and think I have it figured out, and then find out I was wrong. But you know, we're very, very rarely ever wrong on this channel, are we? No, we don't never got no problems. No worries, it's happiness and bunny rabbits all the time, because that's how we roll. My brain says those little gap spacers or something might have something to do with spacing the bear trap off of the socket. It's a plastic spacer, but I haven't found that the bear traps are really a problem so I never saw the need to use them. But maybe there is a practical genius purpose, and you can tell me about it in the comments section, and then I'll be like, oh, I didn't know that. Now I feel smarter, since somebody on the internet told me I was wrong. Because people on the internet love to tell you you're wrong, don't they? Their favorite thing ever. Yeah, buddy. And I'm sure probably the next thing we're going to hear is, it's not loud enough. I can't hear it. Well, I'm not monitoring my audio. I saw the little bouncy thing and I saw that it was bouncing, so I know the microphone's on. Maybe I need to talk louder with authority. Nah, but I figure via YouTube here, I'm just trying to provide you all with an experience. Like, sometimes it's just a good experience to spend some time working beside, observing, and or working in tandem with somebody who's got more experience than you do. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a genius. I don't claim to be a genius. I don't claim to be a tone guru. I don't claim to be Ken Fisher or Howard Alexander Dumble. But I have built a number of these tube amps and they sounded real good, and people like them. When I take them out to play them, they want to play them because they look weird and cool, and then they do play them, and then they want to buy one. And so that's the scenario we're in here. This amp is for somebody who is used to playing bigger amps like the Twins, or you know, stuff like that, or like a Vox AC30, something like that. I think it was an AC50. But you know, bigger amps to get a clean sound. And this smaller amp, which is, you know, very much like, it is not identical, but very much like a 60s Princeton, definitely gives a clean tone in a smaller, lighter package. And you'll get to see his cabinet and stuff. He selected significantly different cosmetics than I did, so we're not going to have surfy seafoam green here. We're going to have something a little more traditional. But I'm not a traditional kind of person. I would, you know, if it's my amp, it's going to be, you know, something mental. Either a really bright, obnoxious color or the cow print or something, you know. Just do something weird. And weird can be, you know, kind of attention-getting. This is not a mass market manufactured amplifier. It's a special amplifier because I built it, so therefore I want it to look weird and special. My fortune is smiling upon me. These star washers in the bottom of these are generally grabbing on pretty good. I can hold them with finger pressure, and the little grabber is grabbing, and it ain't spinning. And I got that on plenty tight. Obviously we don't want to go till the screw yields, but we want to tighten it up so it doesn't fall off anytime soon. So what, we're at the 45-minute mark here. Are you bored yet? How come you're bored? We're having fun. We're learning. And my phone says ding, so I better see if that's a customer. It's not. It's my phone telling me that a purchase I made earlier today to deliver ink cartridges to somebody has officially been charged to my bank account. So that means that they shipped them. So that's nice. So hopefully I'll get a notice at a later date that your supplies have been delivered to your customer. Now, I had a notice that said my supplies were delivered to one of my customers, also printer supplies actually, and they contacted me and said, hey, when's our toner coming in? We're on our last one. I said it was delivered yesterday, and they said no, it wasn't. And I looked and it said we delivered this directly to a person, and I said okay. And so they checked with their neighbors, and it was left in front of the door at one of their neighbors' businesses. So that's not delivered directly to a person, I wouldn't say. And whatever. The parcel wasn't, at least wasn't lost. I'm dealing with a lost parcel for something else that has nothing to do with this amplifier. So we'll choose to concentrate on what we are working on right now, as opposed to dreaming and scheming about things that we can't do anything about. Okay. I've got one more socket to install. Now it looks like they supplied me with just a few extra screws, which we may need for something else later, but usually there's about 3 or 4 extra screws, because I think that they have the experience that a lot of us folks that do this kind of thing have a habit of misplacing screws. They fall on the floor, and as you can see, my workshop area here is beyond neat and tidy. There's no way that anything could get lost, you know, over there. It's just impossible. Absolutely impossible. Alright, this one's not as fun because it's in the corner. This takes a bit of dexterity to do it the way I'm doing it, but and what's funny is I know there's a lot of really, really nice tools and things to make it more convenient to work on these kind of amps, and if I got them, number one, I'm not sure where I'd put them, but number two, I'm not sure. I'm so used to doing it this way, I don't think I'd know any better. You know, it's not like I came out of a shop that had the most luxurious, glorious, high quality, loverly tools. I do have a good soldering iron though. I do like that one, but again, I'm sure it's not nearly as luxurious as somebody else has on their channel. That's how the world works though, ain't it? Anything you got, somebody else has got better. Okay, so there's all our sockets. Yippee! Now what? Rectifier cap. Yeah, I should put the copper cap. It's not a copper cap. It's a capacitor. Put the capacitor in there. The capacitor's mount. Put that in there. Let's see, which way do I like that better? It fits more flatter that way. And every one of them's is 20 microfarads, so I don't really have to be concerned about how I orient it in there, because I can't do it wrong because they're all 20 microfarads. Now, what do I think of this? I don't know that I think much of it. I gotta make sure I get that kind of centered a bit though. Do I want this on this side or do I want it on the flip side? Well, if I put it on the flip side, I could technically put this on either side, but if somebody were in the future to want to change that out, this is probably the more logical place to put it. Yeah? Okay, I'll go with that. I could technically put this on the other side and then feed that through, but that's different than a traditional original can cap would be, so we'll try to make this more original can cappy, even though that is not a can cap. It's actually repairable. You could probably pop it open and change the capacitors hiding inside if you wished. Kind of better than an old can cap in that regard, huh? Cost-wise, I think it might be a little more affordable. Maybe it's about the same. I don't remember. It's been a while since I bought a big old can cap. Okay, so did I get that lined up good or not so good? How good did I line that up? Now the outside terminals here are all the grounds, so if one of them's touching the chassis, it isn't going to hurt anything. The inside ones, if they're touching, you're up a creek. But we're not worrying about that because that's not our problem right now. And we're going to install that in here, and we have to figure out how to mount it so it doesn't fall back out. And by default, one would think you would twist or, you know, secure these tabs. You know, you can bend them down or twist them out. I have a little bit of a different style for doing that, but it's just it's all about style. It really isn't anything else. Okay, so do I want to warm up the soldering iron now, or do I want to keep putting more thingamabobs on the chassis? Well, we could do either, I suppose. I don't want to do the input jacks now because those are going to come in later and be a pain in the keister. And oh yeah, just like before, the hole in which one shall mount the bias circuit is not drilled. So this is just like my last kit. That's okay. Not the end of the world. Not going to fret that. Let me do this. I need to find a nut that fits on that post. Pause while I do that. Okay, so I have what I believe is an M4 nut. I'm pretty sure it's an M4. I'm fairly sure it's an M4. I pulled it out of the M4 bin, but if you've ever worked around your hardware drawers or whatever, Lord only knows what's in there. I'm going to take some of my little tabs here, and I'm going to make myself a little grounding spot. I'll put those on there. Now I can ground things to there. I have a nice place to solder to. Does that nut fit? Nope, that's not the right socket. How could that possibly be the right socket? Now it appears that this particular bolt that they have mounted in the chassis, which is not a replaceable bolt per se, appears to be made of copper. So let's not crank this to kingdom come. Let's just put this, turn it tight enough that you don't feel like it's going to come loose on you. Okay. I still want to keep cranking on it because that's how the brain works. The brain just says keep going. And I tried to get those evenly spaced, but I got that one facing a little bit more. Whatever. I'm going to get into semantics, and I'm going to make myself mental, and I'm going to spend 10, 12 minutes just constantly straightening that, and there's no need for that. So let's go that way, and then I'm going to get myself a piece of wire so I can mount this. Again, I'll show you how I do it. It might be a little different for you or your friends or whatever. Okay, did I neglect to pause that? I don't know. Oh, whatever. Maybe I missed a whole lot of footage there installing this. If I did, I'm sorry. Okay, so we need to be grounded to this point, which is also the chassis. Right? So I should get a beep there, and there, and there, and there, but not here. Yeah, beautiful. I knew I did that right. Man, I hope I didn't miss the installation of that, but if I did, I did. Alright. Soda break. What's next? Probably put some of this front panel-y kind of stuff up here. I suppose that's a good idea. Okay, so pausing only to get stuff. This is our brass plate. This is that thing that Terry at D-Lab told you that all those amp kits that are more expensive from another company need to have, except he does his different. However, if yours has a piece of plastic on it like mine does, peel that off, okay? Alright. Peel off the piece of plastic. And we also have a piece of plastic on this to prevent you from scratching it. But, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pull it off and risk scratching it because I have to install it. But we're going to put a few pots on here. We're not going to put the instrument inputs in just yet. It's pretty, ain't it? It is plastique. And if you want it in another color than black, I think you can request that. And it can be done for you. So we're going to try not to scratch the sin out of that one. This one actually feels like a more scratch resistant material than I recall from others. Let's see. Volume pots, one mag, and then I've got two 250 audios and a 250 linear intensity pot. So let's look for, see what we can find here. Okay. The first one out of the bag is a unlisted, oh no, it does say A250K, so that's the 250 audio. This is a 250 audio. I'm finding the same one over and over again. Oh, interesting. It looks like they gave me an alternate for a master volume. Why do I have this double? What is this? That's a different pot. That's a 1 meg audio. Is that one for my volume if the original one got misplaced? Or is that for a drive? Okay, that's the stubby one. That's the bias pot. Sometimes there are part substitutions. Okay, that's 30 C3M, so that's going to be the speed pot, the reverse audio speed pot. What have we here? We have A105. Would that be 1K or 1 meg? Let's see. B100K, so we know what that is. That's the reverb pot. And then I have B250K that doesn't, so B250K rather than A250K. Okay, now, I did find B100K. So the one that I had suspected was A105. That should be a meg pot. That should be a 1 meg audio, yeah? So we'll double check our findings here by measuring on the outside 2 points there and seeing if it's about 1 meg. And the Radio Shack meter says it's 1.099 meg, so yes. That would be the meg pot. Now, we gots to line this up. So it's either going to line up this way, which it don't, or it's going to line up that way, which is the same way. What am I doing? Big airhead. Okay, so it's going to line up like that, right? But I would prefer the other side. Yeah, I would prefer this side on the outside, because the other side was the one that had the plastic on it. I think it might be easier to solder to, but maybe I'm wrong, and then I'll feel dumb later. Okay, but we do need to get this plastique off of here. It will come off. Please come off, plastic. Preferably in one piece. That would be nice. Okay, that was good. And then we decided that goes like that. Yep. So that goes here, and then this goes on the inside. Okay. That do stick out more than I wish it would stick out. So I think we can double nut this thing. Put a nut on there to go to space it. Yeah. And that nut's got to go down a little farther. And this is the joys of real time, my friends. You get to experience this with me. So, let's see. And we're going to go almost all the way to the bottom. Okay, that's pretty good. I got just enough thread, and I'm kind of happy. We're going to put that on, and then we'll give that a bit of a whirl on there. That's pretty good, I think. That should work okay. So that said, now we're going to put something else down here at this end. So I need a 250K linear. So that would be not a 250K, but B 250K, because it's a linear. And this one's got one of those tabs sticking up, but the tab is going to go below where my washer is there, so that's fine. Not bad. Okay. Now, I need to ask myself, do I really want to force this issue and keep going with these? Okay, yeah, the board here, I checked to see how the eyelet board lines up, it's far enough back that I do not have to concern myself deeply about the pots being there. So some of those do have that little bung tab on them and some of them don't. So I've got an audio 250, so that's going to be treble and bass here. Actually, I think with the quantity of washers they gave us, they're intending for us to washer both the inside and the outside. Let's see if this goes all the way down to the bottom. Let's see how that gap works out, because these are very thin washers anyway. Actually, gap-wise, that does work out pretty good, and the additional flat washer will provide additional support to our pot there. So let's see. Do I have my I have my little cranker tool here. How are we doing on the gap? Nah, I'm gonna have to go with the single washer, I think, because otherwise those are gonna be buried just a little bit too far. And we will want to thoroughly snug these up afterwards. Unless one could argue that this has more room to tighten down, and I just didn't get it because I'm a big silly, which is additionally a possibility. It only went a 1/16 of a turn, so I'm going to say that that was not the case, and I'm not the big silly. I probably am the big silly, but not in this instance. And where did I put that tightening tool that I just had 20 seconds ago? Here. And tightening these down is kind of about being able to feel where they're at, but you're not gonna, number one, crank them out of position, number two, tighten them till they go boom, because you can break these puppies. At the same time, they have to be well fastened to the brass plate to, you know, do the proper working thing. This tool is actually kind of cool because it kind of does prevent you from over tightening things. It grips, but not to the nth degree. Okay, A250, so that's going to be the bass pot. And considering that these amp kits don't really come with how-to manuals. They assume you know a lot about this kind of stuff, and I'm sure that perhaps the hardware they've included, they intended it to be used a little differently, perhaps, than the way I'm using it. But I've done it this way before and it's worked. So again, until you've got Uncle Louie's brilliant method that works better than Kobe's method, and you let me know about it, we won't keep using Kobe's method. Okay. So yeah, I have a feeling this is for a master volume mod. See, next one I want is the 100, which is going to be B100K. That's the reverb pot. Okay, now this one's being funny. This one looks like the length is a little different. Yeah, that bowl goes all the way to the bottom, which the other ones didn't. And that little bung is not sticking up too high. How far does this one stick out? Substantially more. Huh. Okay, so the shaft on this pot is a bit more than the shaft on a couple of the other ones or whatever that I already put in. Probably just where the stop falls. Whatever. That's what washers are for, right? Space it out more even so it's more better. There's probably a little bit of tolerance difference from part to part. But I know, I'm sure Uncle Louie would insist that we used CTS pots or maybe alpha pots or something. And of course, the general consensus for eons was that thou must use CTS, and then I just heard one of the other amp techs ripping on them. And somebody at the workshop upstairs, I better check. Okay, let me see. Now, did I snug that up? Yes, I did. Okay, so, and then this is our weird pot. This is a 3 meg reverse audio taper that is used for the intensity. Wait a minute. No, I already put the intensity is a 250K linear. This is the speed pot. I did it right and I told you wrong. See, that says speed. That should be okay. Okay, now let's see, I need to do the lamp, and I'm going to save the input jacks for a little later, but I do want to mount the lamp. I will warn you ahead of time, the lamp is a pain in the keister to get in there. because there's nothing good to like hold on to. Well, that's good. That's like really fished in there good, and it doesn't want to come out. There we go. Come on. Oh, good. Okay, there's a little tiny lock washer behind it. That's actually an improvement, but the lock washer is making it harder for me to slip that two pieces apart. Okay, well, I like the lock washer anyway, even though it's making my life less convenient. Okay, so that isn't going to fit flat, just won't. Because of the angularness of this. So I could either bend it, or I could rotate the socket some. That might make more sense. Is that going to ground out though? If I rotate this, I don't want this to touch on the bottom and get grounded out. There's a simple solution for that. Let's actually look to see if it is grounding out first. I don't think so. I'm pretty certain I don't think so. If I did think so, I could put a little sliver of electrical tape down there. In fact, maybe I will just do that so I feel better. Now granted, it's 6 volts. Not high voltage, but I don't want to risk that grounding out, so that'll just make me feel better if I put that little piece of tape there, so that end can't come down and come in contact with it. Now I gotta try to get these on the back. And we're about to learn why I am not left-handed. This is just not a fun space to try to get into to put this together. Let's just try to worry about the washer first. These are fiddly things. And I might just have to take it to a place that you guys can't view it very well. Not like you can view it very well right now. Watching my big fat hands in the way while I fidget around. Okay, so the lock washer's on. Oh, it started. It started. It started. Okay, now I don't want to crank this to the point that I'm going to like lock the jewel in there, but at the same time, if I can spin this, maybe it'll help. No. Did I cross thread that? Doesn't look like it. Kind of feels like it, but I'm fairly certain I didn't. Darn it. feels like it's cross-threaded, or it's acting like it's cross. Is it now? Is it more better? That's more better. It was kind of cross-threaded a little, or was thinking about cross-threading. But again, if you're doing this with your fingies, you don't have enough gorilla strength there to wreck that. Let's see, now what can we use as a tightening tool that will actually get in there and do it? Can the adjustable jaw wrench get in there? Not really. How about our magic fork? Not really, because my bundle of wires here is in the way now. We might just have to do this the old electrician trick, where you take a flat driver, jam it on the edge of the nut, and use that to rotate it, and bop it a little bit. I've actually got a pretty good turn on it. Now if I spin that jewel on and I go to crank it, yeah, it's going to crank a little bit. So we got to get it to stop so it doesn't keep going. Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision to pause while I tighten this. Okay, so the tool of the day was fisherman's pliers. Who would have thunk it? Anyway. Okay. Put a light bulb in it. Which again is a challenge upon itself. You gotta push it in and turn it a quarter turn. You probably need the fisherman pliers for that too. Yeah. Get that quarter turn on there. I mean, these are cool, they have a classic look, but I don't know about these from an engineering standpoint. There we go. Alright. Years ago they used to ship a plastic one with the kit that was probably just as much of a headache to install, but then when you heated it up with the solder, sometimes bad things would happen. So, okay, now I still need to play with my input jacks, and I do have some stuff on the output end of things to play with, but I think I'll play with those later. I think I'm going to build the circuit board. Well, you missed plenty of fiddling about there. I decided to start with the bias board here, which we have this board right there. The diode goes here, and I had a fiddly time dealing with the resistors. Between the lighting in here and my brain being broken, whatever, I was just having a challenge. Secondarily, the capacitor they recommend for this is 150 volt, 50 microfarad. I believe the circuit actually just floats around, I don't know. I believe your bias is typically more like 50, 60 volts, so 100 volt cap should work fine, and this one is significantly smaller. It's also at 50 microfarad, so I might just opt to go that way. And 10K resistor here, which check all of these again with the meter if you're ever unsure, you know, the usual stuff, because it's easy to goof up. Not that I ever goof up around here, not on this channel. And then we have a 22K that goes down here. and then our capacitor with the positive going this way, because the bias is, it's a negative voltage. So if you put your cap in backwards, then it goes kaboom. That's no good. We don't want that. But I need to make sure I have this scooted over enough that there's, clearance for the screw hole. So I'm gonna solder this hole thoroughly, and got to put a wire on this one because that's got to go to ground. We got to get wires on these. So walking away from me because I don't have it secured to nothing. I'm just holding it. It's slipping and sliding on my crappy mat. There we go. And then I should probably tack solder this one. Can't fall off. See, this side's going to go to ground, so I'll tack that. Just enough to tack it. And then these two will need to be wires coming off. Okay. Good, I can still get wires in those eyelets. That's what we're looking for. And this will move out of the way far enough for me to get a screw through there. Not really, because I'm a dingus who goofed up. So let's warm that back up a little bit. Oh no. There we go. Back that up a little bit. And my cell phone is summoning me. Okay, so I'm probably not adhering to the spirit in which this video was intended, because I went and found some machine screws I like better for the other board, and I did mount the bias board. I had to drill the hole to mount the bias board. Probably didn't need to mount it up that high in the corner, but it's there. They actually have it shifted over more there. I like it out a little bit more where I can reach it, so you can see where it is in the diagram anyway. They didn't include a hole for that, so this one here, that got to go to ground, and then these two are going to have wires to come out to the bias pot, which doesn't exist yet. So let's take care of getting that one piece to ground. I'm using my own wire at this point, which why I'm not 1000% sure. They include very, very good wire with these kits. They're extremely handy. Now I got to figure out where I put my clipper. There's my clipper. I guess I like using fatter wire for grounds. That's why I'm doing this. Okay. Okay, now that's a ground, and the solder has cooled, so I kind of want to make sure that it really and truly is secure. Because, you know, don't be a silly and assume that your ground is good, because if it's not, you're going to feel double silly later. And I really should have stripped the other end of this wire, because this stuff doesn't strip near as easy as the kit included wire. And yeah, so there's error number whatever, yes. And I actually see another not error. It's not an error, it's not going to affect anything, but I see another way I inconvenienced myself slightly with the way I did my star pattern for my other stuffs. And this particular wire, which is this cloth wrapped lacquer coated wire, it's nice wire, but it's not easy to strip, and you almost have to strip it with a razor knife. And even at that, it doesn't always want to play ball with you. There we go. And I probably should have stripped a little bit more, because reasons. See if I can get that back in the corner underneath there. And then additionally, see, we're going to need to put our bias pot somewhere, and that's a real good spot for it right there. But I got my ground thingies in the way. So before we're too far gone, let's just adjust this. Adjust that direction, adjust those two that direction. Crank it back down again. There we go. And that didn't blow anything up. And now I got room to put my bias pot in there. Yippee-doo-wah. Okay. Now they show the bias pot also being installed down there, which is another place you could put it. For me, it logically makes more sense to put it up here. But whatever you want to do, man. If it's your amp, you can build it however you want to build it. You're creating your own little world. Some Bob Ross wisdom there for you. It's your world. Make it your world. Make it happy. Okay, we're going to need a crank on that bias pot. I've had somebody ask me before if I needed to isolate that bias pot from ground or something, and no. Just put it on, put it down. Das ist gut and tight. Alright. Cool, cool. So that's that. I need to run wires from there onto my bias pot per my diagram. Let's see, so they went with the lower one, goes through those two. Okay, now this is the wire that's included with the kit, and I like it a lot. And there's my needle nose pliers. Of course, welcome to the where's my tool show. Okay, so what's cool about this stuff is rather than stripping it, you can actually just push the insulation back, and then once you get your thingamabob in position, you can just push it back. Which is pretty slick. Now, if you look at the way the bias pot is, two of the legs of said bias pot are tied together. So I'm not going to conjoin that with a piece of wire per se. I'm just going to strip back enough that I can conjoin them, you know, right here. Now where's my roll of solder? There it is. And then I want to come down to the lower hole right there. So again, now where's my clippers? There they are. Again, I like this wire a lot because I can just push that back, bend it, shape it any way I want to. As long as we use it, it's alright. And I need to get that in there, and of course I made that back far enough that it's tricky to reach. We're going to try to work here and get that in there. Should have hooked it a little better or something. Hope it doesn't pop out. I tried to get it hooked in there. Fill that hole up with solder. And of course it did try to pop out because, you know, reasons. So we'll hold it there with a fingy. Alright. Now that should be in there good. There it is. Good. And then we'll kind of shape our wire there and make it look really pretty. There. It's nice and shaped. Now the other one is going to go to this other leg here. And then additionally there's going to have to be a wire coming off of that to go up to the intensity pot. Now that sounds all well and good, but I do need to be concerned a little bit about logistics because I will be bringing in, you know, the other board. But I think we can do this okay. So let me start by soldering the corner. Get the wire in there, hooked in a way that it kind of hangs there because I don't have 3 hands. How'd I do? Yeah. Pieces parts are still secured in there. That's good. And the wire's snug in there. That's good. You should be able to come out here and go to here. So, click, push back. Tuck it in. The other thing is this wire is a thinner gauge, so it's not too bad to be able to do a little bit of hooking and bending and shaping with your fingies, which is kind of good. And where's my needle nose again? Hook. And I get in the eyelet around the other insulation. Hee hee. There we go. I don't know, man. At this pace, I feel like I'm going to have another 10-hour video, but it's not going to be like the Shrek dance for 10 hours just to troll people. And it's going to be a legit 10-hour video. Probably not. Okay. So that's good. And then now I need to go up to the leg of the intensity pot. So we're coming off of this right here, and we're going up to there. So it's the bias pot's pictured there, but I'm going from that to there. So I put my bias pot on the other side. I put it in the alternate location because I'm just, you know, I'm a punk rock guy. We have to be alternative. Don't do it the way anybody else does it. Do it your way. Actually, we are kind of doing it our way anyway, because the original Fender amplificator that this is kind of tributing never had a bias adjustment to start with. So this is an upgrade. Come on, warm up. There we go. That's the thing, is I get moving, and I want to keep moving, and I want to move something before the solder's had a chance to cool. I'm sure none of you other hobbyist technicians have ever done that before in your life. You want to keep moving, get on to the next piece, next piece, next piece, next piece. There we go. So we got that wire tucked nice and pretty out of the way. It's good. Solder joint's good there. Solder joint's good here. Yep. Good. And we don't have any exposed anything, nothing shorted there that isn't supposed to be. Cool. So I'm going to call that for this session. It doesn't mean I'm even done today, it's just going to be for now. Give my back a rest and get some eats and all that stuff. Okay, so I got some food and got my head back together here. I think we're gonna build on this board for a little bit. Let's make sure I've got this oriented the right way. Okay, it's going to go this way. right? Yeah, it goes this way. So now the next debate is, do I start down here and go this way, or vice versa? I think it might be easier to go from right to left, but that's just a think. Gonna need a 1.5K resistor and the 25 microfarad capacitor. Where did I put my meter? This is what I talk about absent-minded. The meter is right here. Did I see it? No. Alright. I'm going to just verify that this is a 1.5K. I'm fairly certain it is. Yes. It is a 1.5K, so I need that. And I need a 25 microfarad capacitor, which should be this one. 25 microfarad. Good. The positive side is going to go this way. And this is a screw hole over here, so we don't want to get in the way of the screw hole. That sounds like a really bad action movie. The way of the screw hole. Bend those underneath, and then we have a few other things we can put here. We can put a 0.1 microfarad and a 0.047. So let's find a 0.1 microfarad. I see they gave us the Illinois ones. These are the ones that Mr. Carlson likes. That's 104K. That should be the correct value. Now, if you're like me and your brain tricks you and plays jokes on you, there is a capacitor code applicator here, and I can put in code 104 and hit the button, and the magic button will tell me that it is indeed it says, wait a minute, I put 104 and it says it should be 0.1 microfarad. What? This should be stupid app. There is no 1 microfarad in this. They're all, there's 0.01 and there's 0.1, and yeah. There should be some 104s and then there should be some 103s. Yeah. 104 is 0.1. 103 would be 0.01. So I want that, and then I want the 0.047, so that should be a 473. 473. So let's find out. Those are, that's a 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That's a funny word. 103. Here's a smaller one. 332 something or other. This one's lighter in color. Maybe this is something. Yeah, 473. Okay, good. And to make the whole world happy, because for some reason everybody cares about this, let's roll these capacitors over so the values are clearly visible. So the next poor joker that has to work on this, which is going to be in like forever years because I'm not going to make mistakes here. Right there. Now you can clearly read the 25 microfarad. Like, I don't know why, but some people get really worked up about this. But admittedly, it is being kind to the next guy. But will there really ever be a next guy? Or is this going to just be worked on by DK in the future in the event that it ever actually does need any help? Then coming off of that, I'm supposed to have a 100K resistor that goes across there, and let's see if I'm good at picking it out of the pile the first time. The color codes on these blue ones can be tricky sometimes. 0.9996K. That would be 1K, not 100K. Not the correct value. That's 100 ohms. Kobe, you're an idiot. Come on, get it right. We can do this. 98.6K according to the meter, and that is marked as 100K, so yeah, that's 100K. It's close enough for government work. Usually don't find them that are that far off, but it is what it is. Maybe my meter's having a funny day. Why do I feel the need to double check that? And it's a dead short because I folded the leads behind. Of course it's a dead short. Why wouldn't it be a dead short? Alright, there, let's try it again. Yeah, that's 99K, close enough for government work here. So there is no wire coming off of this one. So that's an easy one to completely fill with solder. And then these are going to need wires added to them. And there's going to be additionally other thingamabobs coming off of here. So I need to actually look for the 250 microfarad capacitor. Or not 250 picofarad capacitor. Which is probably not one of these micas. This is probably one of these red boys here. Let's see, that says, I'm fairly certain I can read this, but I can't quite read this. So I want to double check this with the tool. Yes, the component identifier says it measures at 255 picofarad, so that would be the correct capacitor. Now, because this is a radial, if I were to just sprawl and stretch the legs out, you can actually like mess something up. So take the pliers and we'll 90-degree them there, and then 90 that again, and 90 it again. Gonna do that to the legs. Now it's got a little bit of space to flex. Yeah. All right. Then we got a couple more 100Ks to go in here. That's not 100K. Let's see. I found a whole bunch of them earlier. Now can I find them at all? No. Boy, I suck at reading these. I guess it must be my lighting or something that I have overhead. It's making it tricky for me to see clearly. Yes, that's a good excuse. That's 1K. Keep making the same mistake over and over again. Need to find two 100Ks. Okay, so there's one of them. And then yep, so there's two of them. Okay, so most of these things all need wires tacked to them, and actually this 100K here goes down to here, right? Where two more 100Ks are there. And then those have to be bridged. That's not 100K. Blind, 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 silly Kobe. Blind man, you're a blind man, Kobe. There's one. And there's one. Let's see. going to use red for high voltage. There's a runner between these pairs of 100Ks, and then the other runner of this goes to point D, which is way over here on this capacitor. And where's the snippers? Again, back to the same problem we always have here. Where are the tools? The tools are gone. The tools are gone. Because of course the tools are gone. So once I have, you know, like everything that goes in a specific spot, that's usually when I'll fill the hole with solder and clip the leads. And apparently my clipper is a little dull. Lucky me. So that's good. I have the runner coming over to here. But then we also need to have, well, the reverb transformer. Let's see, this one's going to D as in dinosaur. And then B as in banana is going into there. Okay, so this one is for D as in dinosaur. Having magnetic speakers around can cause your tools to get magnetized, and then it's a pain in the butt. Okay, now this wire here is going to have to go to point D eventually. So we're just going to leave some extra wire and give that a clip. Okay, I've got to have some wires that come out of here and go to the bass, treble, and in the bass and treble pots anyway. So I have 3 different colors. I'm going to have to use all of them. That's going to go in this hole. Let's start with the yellow one first. And this is going to have to end up, like I remember this before, this is always one you think is going to be long enough and then you find out it's not. And I had to extend it the last time I did this. So I don't want to be that guy. Now, if you're doing this at home, you might want to be a little more conservative with your wire than I am, because I got extra spools of wire. I can just go fish if I need to. I really do like this pushback wire. It's not expensive if you need to order extra. Well, maybe it is if you're used to buying wire in mass quantity. I gotta get one more piece of wire in that hole, so I don't want to push my luck too much. Our third wire that goes down that hole is for the 250 picofarad, so I have the yellow wire is on that one, and the blue wire is on that one, and then this is going to be the red wire that goes to that. And I might have to look at the color version of this, because it's a smidgy, either that or I'll double check on the schematic, because it's a little tricky to see which one goes where without the colors. And I of course printed out the black and white edition, but I do have the color edition. I just have to walk over and get it. that's just for the sake of getting them out of the way. Okay, now this one is a ground, so technically one would use a naked wire for that. Do I have extra of that? How much of that other bare wire did I clip and strip? Well, I've actually got a little bit of surplus wire from prior, and we'll use this as insulation. This is, I don't know, is that the exact same tone of yellow? Maybe it's a little brighter, but this is from another day, another time, another something or other. So for all of these caret arrows up here, those are all going to get naked wires, so I can run them up and solder them onto the brass plate eventually here. And we have 2 wires that come through these holes and technically don't really go anywhere, or don't attach to anything directly, they just snake on through the board. Yeah, that's probably more wire than I'm going to need, but that's okay. It's better to have a little more than not enough. It's okay. So that's our 2 wires looping through there. And the meter says beep. Of course the meter says beep. We need a wire coming off of here to go to that tube. And I may have to pause again and check on the family in a little while. I actually make hooks with these wires, so there is actually some kind of mechanical connection to the eyelet board here. And then after we solder them, we kind of pull on them a little bit and make sure they're actually tight on there. Okay. Now, on the flip side of here, we get a wire. I should probably go get the other cutters. I have some more precise cutters that would work real good for this, but the smaller, more precise cutters don't take any time at all before they get dull, so you can't win. But they're also inexpensive, so replacing them when they do go dull isn't that big of a deal. But everything's a big deal in my town. So yeah, you can see the complexity that we're building here. We're working on it. Okay. Okay, so we've got another fun adventure here. I need a 0.022 microfarad. So 0.022 should be 203, right? Yeah, or 223, 203, 223. So that's this one. And that's going to go in here, and then I have to get then there's a 500 picofarad capacitor. That's probably this one. That writing on there is really, really smudged. So I'd like to stick that in the component tester, wherever I put that. Now watch, you guys are laughing because it's in camera frame right now probably, and I just don't see it. Because that's how I am. That's how I roll. Wait, maybe I did unpause it, I don't know. I found it anyway. Lovely wafts of solder smoke. Okay, now looking at the clock, it is time for me to take another break to deal with some family stuffs, and then we'll monkey around with this a little bit more today. Okay, so .0033 is 332. And then this is tied to this 100K, and then has a strap that goes out farther. So since that's tied to that 100K, and I've already got more than enough lead to get me there, rather than cut it, let's just take a scrap of wire, pull some of the insulation off of it, and I can just jacket this like that. There. Now there ain't no way it's going to short out on anything else. And now I have one less potential point of failure, because that's a solid wire going through, right? Or a solid piece of lead. Kind of a cool trick. I use that trick a lot, actually. Okay. So yeah, we're going from .033 to the 100K down here, and then I'm getting the lead that's going to go off to that tube over there. Oh drat, I'm a dingbat. I forgot to turn my soldering iron back on. I should solder this cap up in here. from the other side of this knot point 3, I need to get a wire to pop out of the hole. Right there. That's probably too long. That's what always happens. But if your wire's too long, you can cut it. If your wire's too short, see if you can uncut it, see how that works out for you. Okay, so I got all these leads going to all these other components. Just weasel them out the way for now. Now I need another wire coming off of this 240 whatever to go somewhere. I should probably put this through the hole before making a hook on it, huh? That would be smart. Let's try doing what's smart next time, huh? Oh good. Oh good, and the resistor, the 400 and whatever the frick resistor just fell out. Great. Put it back. And then for this amazing cluster here, which is the 3.3, this stuffs. This has a lead that comes out. this hole is there for decoration. No, it's not. Yes, it is. There's a couple of extras. So, logically, it seems like it should come out of this one. So if I'm wrong, I can move it later, because it's just a piece of wire sticking through a hole. You can move that, right? I wonder if these shears would do a better job of cutting the wire than my tired wire snippers. I'm sorry, I'm studying the diagram. I'm not totally frozen here. I'm fairly confident in what I'm doing. Okay, now there's a point here that's marked as Y. Y actually connects to the other point marked Y over here, so there is a runner underneath the board that is not drawn. You gotta draw that. I can tell my brain's getting tired, so it's about time to rest because I'm taking long pauses to rethink what I'm doing. Okay, now point Y is the fourth eyelet down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth eyelet down is going to be point Y for that. So, okay. You need to make a better hook. If you want the hook to hook in the eyelet, you need to make a better hook. Right? That's how you do it. You gotta do it the right way, otherwise it's not gonna work right, you big dimwit. So this is the hook that's supposed to go over to point Y. Dang it. Actually, I kind of like that idea. Pull it down there for a little bit. Maybe I don't. Oh no. What do I like? This is why it would help to have an extra hand. Here, you hold this. The length of that was almost too perfect. I had just enough slack. I could bend it up and around, and I got it around the bend all the way. So there's a tiny bit of bubble in there, but not much. Alright, so that's over to where point Y shall be. I almost want to tack it, but do I want to tack it? Do I want to tack it? You know what, I think I do. So I'm going to take a 1 megger that we have slated for that spot. Come on, go through there without knocking the wire off. Got to put another wire on there to go to a tube. with that part, kind of, sort of. Now, let's see, this 0.022, this cap, and this 100K need a line out to go to a tube. Okay, now that's almost good, but we do have point Bravo that connects to over here. And I don't want to forget that. I might still work on this some more tonight, but I'm gonna need to take a time out just because my brain's getting fuzzy. Now I'm going to have to put a piece of transformer wire in there, and I know already those don't like to fit super good. They're kind of snarky, so I'm just going to tack solder that for the moment so it's not going to fall out, but there's still enough hole there that I'll have room to push the transformer's wire into it. And we're just trying to get back to, let's see, we're coming back to point Bravo over here, right? Yeah, Bravo's over. So it's just past the fourth outlet, so we're just coming back to here with this, so that's actually a good length of wire right there. Where's the other end of Bravo? Yeah, because there's Bravos over here also. See, so everything labeled B for Bravo's got to go together. Okay, break time. Okay, so anyway, I didn't put a close on the night yet, because I'm a little crazy, I suppose. But anyhow, okay, let's see where I am at on this. Yeah, I need to trim that because I've got that one. Okay, I'm here. That connects to Y, that's good. And then this goes to the wire at the bottom, so I need to trim these. For B, I'm gonna have to make a jumper over from, for B. That'll be later though. I don't want to get hung up on that just yet. Okay, so now we're moving to the next row where I need a 1.5 and I need a 1.5 K, a 2.7 K, and a 25 mic cap, and a 47 ohm resistor. See, we're in this big cluster of stuff and things up here. So let's start. There's the 1.5 K. I know where those are. I won't have to fidget as much. Hopefully the background noise ain't too bad. There's a little bit going on. Bag of caps. That's what, the 5th time I've said where did I put the bag of caps? 5th time, 6th time, 7th, 8th. Yeah. Dr. Forgetful here. Where did I put my stuff? Again with a cap. Positive is going toward the tubes. So this is all of the stuff and things that technically go to this part. So I'll put a wire on this one. Oops. It's always fixable. Got to look for some more resistors. I want 2.7K, 47 ohm, and well, that's it at the moment. So 47 ohm. Let's wake up the ohm meter here. Wakey meter. I'll need you to double check me because I stink at reading resistor codes. Doesn't matter how many years I do this, I still stink at reading resistor codes. Let's see, so this has the right colors to potentially be a 47. 48.1 ohm, 47.7, yeah. Hey, what do you know, I picked the right one the first time. Lucky me. It's actually, this is a heavier 1 watt resistor, and that's probably because it's going to be carrying a little more current, being a lower resistance. I don't think it specifically requires it to be 1 watt, but it is. That's fine. So, and then the next one I'm looking for is going to be a 2.7K, so 2.7 would be red purple. See if we can find red purple in here. That looks like red. That's got a blue. That's red. I think I'm going to time out again. As soon as I turn the camera off, I find it. So this is 2.7 kilo ohms. Don't you like saying fun words like kilo ohms? Of course you do. Because words is hard and fun. Okay. Now this is not going to ground or anything. I just need to backfill that. And there should be 1.5 capacitor, the 2.7K is 2.7 and not 27, right? Yeah, 2.7K and 47 ohms. Okay, yeah, we're good. What's fun is we're going to get to do this again in a matter of days. I think we're going to be making another amp. I got a bunch of stuff on order, a bunch going on here, and that's bad. Not for the viewers, but for me, because I'm trying to not lose my groove. And quite frankly, yes, so we're supposed to come out of that hole with a wire that goes to here. And again, okay, I see where the clippers went to now, but it's too late. I already grabbed the shears. And I just found out about a music gig I have to do. That's fun. So I just messaged everybody to see if I can put together a band, because it's more fun when you have a band and they're all real nice people, which is good, because if they were all mean people, it'd be less good. Oh, that's fun. Microsoft said my video was getting too long and it just stopped it. So even Microsoft thinks this is too long of a video. Can't argue with Microsoft, right? Okay, I think that hole filled pretty good. Looks like the solder dropped down in there a little bit though. Oh, it's definitely soldered. I'd like to push that wire up a little bit more though. Let's see if we can heat that up. There we go. That's more like it. Ouch. Now it's hot. Now I moved it. And you don't want to move them when you're trying to solder them. That's what ends up with a cold joint that breaks and bad things happen. So how is that? It's good. Seems it. Okay. Now we move down the row, and we got another pair of the 1.5Ks. Usually we have a 1.5K and a 25, and then we have another 25, and we have a 3.3K rather than a 1.5K. Tricky. There's the 1.5K. This one's got 2 orange bands, so this is a 3 something. So 3.34 kilo ohms. So that's our 3.3. And then where's the capacitors? We need our 225 microfarad capacitors. So 25 microfarad and another 25 microfarad. Do you prefer I pronounce it microfarad, or do you prefer I pronounce it microfarad? I don't know. I should probably shut the background noise off. With my luck, I'll get copyright strike for background noise. I just put on some background noise, which is primarily sound effects and talking. I think I'll get copyright struck for that. What's the odds? And then I have to get the other one here is the 3.3. we're running out of space to put things down this hole. And there's still another resistor that's got to go down this hole. Oh my goodness. What are we going to do? Oh, pause. Okay. And I've got a 1 meg that goes here. And it seems like all of these pink ones are 1 megs. But I, for some reason, feel obligated to double check absolutely everything, just in case there's one pink one here that's something other than a 1 meg. Okay, so that's great, but now I still need one naked wire coming out of there for the ground. Let's see if I can get this to go into that mass collection of wires. It's going to need some coaxing. Had it and I lost it. Just get that to bend over just a little bit more. Stay. And that's one mighty big solder joint. But it has to be, because there's a lot of components in there. Get all the extra leads off of there. Alright. What do we got here? Stray lead that just bounced around. Okay. That's good there. We need to add some leads down here. Well, actually, we add a lead here. We have to jump something else off of here. We got another one that zigzags over there. I believe. Okay. Okay, now I do need to not obstruct that hole too badly. I need to snake a 1 mega ohm resistor to this point, which also has a wire that comes out of it. Let's see what we can do with this. Let's get creative. Creative wire bending 101. Well, that actually kind of worked. What do you know? So that kind of worked. That's cool. And then we do put a wire on that cluster. Okay, now this area I have 0.01, 0.01, and 0.022. What does that sound like? Come on, you know the answer. Amp nerds. There's my 0.022. So 0.01 is 103. This one, the wrapper was coming off a little bit. Okay, 103, 103, and this should be 223, right? There's just barely enough room for that one. Just barely. Does anything come off of that? Of course it does. A wire that comes out of there. Okay. So, did we answer the question? 0.01, 0.01, and 0.022. What does that equal? Do you remember? Come on, amp nerds. You guys have been probably through Uncle Doug's School of Amp Nerdery. Should know what that is. That would be the oscillator for the tremolo. Low. Okay. I'll try to get those fitting as pretty as possible, which is going to kind of be not very. Let's see. Okay, now I got to have a wire cord coming out of that hole going between these two. Doesn't want to lie down. Probably isn't going to want to lie down. But the one that wants to fall out is not the one I have to solder. So that's okay. We do that fill up. Yeah, that's okay. That's alright. Yeah, good there. I don't like soldering underneath these boards as much as I would prefer just to solder them on the top, because it's easier to make the joint look pretty. But that's function over form, my friends. Okay, so that one's coupled in pretty good. Now, there is one that cometh off of here. And it also ties to a 1 meg next door. So, did I get shorted on meg resistors? I might be one meg short. No, I'm not. It's in that bag. See? Now you guys at Ted Weber are really thinking, because I would have thought you would have shorted me and my phone went ding. No. My buddy is replying about me asking about playing. That's fun. Okay, now we're going to put that 1 meg in there, but you can see on our diagram that that 1 meg here is tied to the 0.22 next to it. See, there's a little sweepy there. So we can just use the leads and jump over. Now, granted, I've done a number of these kits before, and we've had packing errors and things. I think this was packed by Nate, and so far, Nate done good, because I haven't had any real issues with missing parts yet. We're doing real good. Okay, now I do have a wire that is slated to go between them two, and it gots to come out. I actually got two wires that gotta come out, so might as well just snake in two here. One of them's got to go. Well, let's trim that one lead. Now this is a jumper, so I don't want to trim that. You want to trim that one. Get that out of the way. You have to look at it. And I got one that's going to go here, and the other one going to go there. So let's send this one up there. Now, when you look at these old catalogs from the 50s and the 60s and price tags of these amplifiers, if you adjust them for inflation, you go, good grief, them's expensive. But hopefully, after hanging out with me here and watching how a hand-wired amp is built, you maybe have a little more appreciation for it and be like, okay, I get it. Okay, so there's our 3 caps. I wish those were a little straighter, but there really wasn't a big enough gap for that .01, so it's a little crooked, but that's fine. Function over form, function over form, function over form. Don't stress out, function over form. Okay, so I need a .1 cap to go there. And then coming off of this resistor is there's a .022 cap that has to just swing over there, and there's a 220k resistor that has to swing over there. Okay, so let's do the .022 cap. Is there any wire coming off of there? No. Okay, good. So, alright, Nate at Weber Speakers. You're doing good so far. I ain't got no missing parts. You did good, my friend, so far. But trust me, if you made a boo-boo, I'm calling you out, man. I'm calling you out. Brother. Alright. How do we want to do this? Like that. Dang, dude, I like the way I bent that. That looks cool. I don't like the way that the wrap is coming off of this cap. I almost feel like I should try to trim it with a razor blade. Would that make me feel better if I trim that with a razor blade? It isn't going to have a hill of beans effect on the way that that capacitor works. Alright, I don't have to watch it flap, I won't complain. The capacitor is fine, it's just a label, and the label is loose. Now we have 220K, so that's going to be a double red. We've got something over here that's a double red, but that's a 22, not a 2.2. This probably this one. Probably wakey meter. 220K. 220K. Hey, check that out. Him's smart. Okay, let's see how him did on the guessing on the lead bending. Pretty close. Okay, where's my pliers? There they are over here. Okay, now this one does not have any wires coming off of it, so I can solder that hole. Okay. And then this 220K has a wire that connects to B. Hey, I remember that. How do I want to do this? I need to connect both of these things to B. B is going to be over here. So I could theoretically go there and then also come under and go under there. Or I could go under to here and then also pop out and go over there. What to do? How long does this actually need to be to get where it needs to go? Something like that. Gosh, so I need to trim about 1.5 inches off of that. Okay, maybe was that dumb? Was that a dumb move to do that? I don't think so. However, I want a few more twisties in that. That should be an ample amount to get to B. We'll clip that dink right there. Okay. What now? Okay, I've got that .022 jig jog over there. There's supposed to be a 56K and a 1K. So let's see, 56K, 5 is green, so I gotta look for something with green on it. I don't think this is it, but for some reason my brain says I have to test it. 67. No. No. What about this one? This one looks pretty close. 56. Look at that. Alright. That one's a precise 56. How sweet's that? And I'm back looking at my diagram again, wondering why I got lost. Okay. And then I have a 1K that has to jig jog over to there. Yeah. Jog a 1K over there. So now I gotta find a 1K. That's a 100 ohm, not a 1K. This is probably 100 ohm too, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. This is more promising, but... Okay, this is a 10K. Not 1K, it's 10K. This is 1.5K, I know this. 1K. Possibly? 2.995K. Close enough for government work. Okay. Now where did that go? I done lost track. I done lost track. Oh, where'd that go? Let's go here. Okay. Now, this holy cluster of things there has everything in the hole that needs to be in the hole. So we can solder that one up. Alright. Beautiful. Okay. And now what? Let's see, we have we need another 0.1, which would be one of these. Bendy leads did it just right without even measuring it. How's that? How you like that, huh? How you like that? You like that? You know I got it going on. I got it going on, feeling strong. Okay, now we need a piece of wire to come off of that. To go to tubes and things. And where's the cutter? Too long. There's probably a joke in that. Wait till it cools down before moving it, you big silly. Okay. And clip of the leaves. So kind of my habit is to wait till I got everything in a particular eyelet before I solder it. And then that way, once every time I flip the board, I can just look, and if an eyelet is full of solder, then I know that everything that has to go in it is in it. Okay, so now we have some 220Ks and a 56K. At the end of this 56K, I need a ground, so let's do that. do have this 0.01 microfarad here, and this does get a wire coming off of it, so let's put a wire on it. And the phone goes ding again. I wonder who that could be. Why, it's Mr. McFeely. Speedy delivery. And considering that I'm right-handed, perhaps it would have been wiser for me to work from left to right. I didn't have a big holy cluster of wires to duck and weave my soldering iron through. Actually, I probably should have just rolled those back up so they were out of my way. Anyway. Okay. Well, we're definitely making progress. We're almost done with this board, so I think it's time for a quick break. Okay, so I thought I had made an error, and I checked this like 46 times, like where I'm at. Next to this 1 microfarad, we have the two 220K resistors, and they have the appropriate eyelets, but the hole that you're supposed to run the wire out of just wasn't there, so I just put it there with my drill. Yep. So anyway, I got a little bit of shmoo on my drill bit. I should wipe that off. But we'll proceed and find the 220s. There's our 220s there. And we're going to need some wires coming out of those and going over there, as well as one coming out of there going forward. So I guess we'll do the forward one first. And then from each of these 220s, we got a line that snakes out the bottom and goes to the power tubes. We want to do those two. I already made a boo-boo. And it's not a detrimental boo-boo or anything, but I already see it. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. For this 220 to go with there, that's got to have another 0.1 capacitor running to that, as well as there's going to be a 56k resistor that goes across there. So let me find that. So 5 is green. Did I actually find it the first time? Did I really? When do I ever find resistors the first time? Usually have to spend 20 minutes monkeying around with it before I find it. Come on, read. Yeah, there we go. There it is. I need the other 0.1 here. Since I boo-booed, I'm going to trim this early, and then I should be able to just heat that joint up and pop it down in there. for insurance. And it moved, so now it looks a little stressed. Okay, that's more better. And then we need a wire off of here to go to a tube. What happened to my roll of wire? There we go. Okay, so I need to put connector delta there. So D is also a power lead, as is this yellow one, which goes to B, which I still haven't quite finished with yet. But this is going to end up going there, so let me do a little weaving here. One more. And I want to go to delta, which is going to be here, and then I'm going to run the other tail of the wire there so we can get over there eventually. So we'll do a snip here, and we'll pull back that wire. It's almost a little more of a hump than I wish I had, but it's pretty close. that's a tricky one to solder because I'm between those two caps and I didn't want to barbecue either of the two of them. Because barbecuing your capacitors isn't considered good for them. They don't like that. They don't like being overheated, sir. Okay. Okay, so I still have a couple of big old resistors to go here. And some wires. So I'm looking for a 10K and a 1K in the 1 watt variety. Which this is 1 watts are fatter and bigger. That's 100 ohms. You is an airhead, silly. That's a 1K. That's good. And that's a nice big heavy resistor. And then let's see, there's a 22K. This 1K looks more like a 2 watt than a 1 watt. Yeah, that's 22K, so that'd be our big old 2 watter. And then I'm looking for a 10K and a 1 watt. This would not be a 10K. This would be something else. No, this is a 10K. I just can't read. I'm reading it upside down. So this is a 10K and a 1 watt. And this is actually a 1K and like a 2 watt, which is good. That'll work. And then okay, now I gotta figure out which one was 1 and which one was 10 because the brain went and flipped. Okay, that's 1. That goes here. And then this one goes here. Now for position B, they are just, we're coming up to that eyelet for B as in Bravo. So I can just take one of these jumpers or one of the leads off of the wire and fold it around and sneak it on the eyelet there. There we go. And if we recall from earlier, our resistor over here, this one is connected to brain is playing a trick on me. I know what I'm doing. I'm just I want to go to B with this one here. I'm going to wrap around our D wire here just to keep it a little neater. I was thinking about the negative feedback loop, which I made disconnectable on my amplifier, but I don't think that our customer cares or really wants that feature. So I don't think I need to worry about it. And I was just thinking about the wire that serves the negative feedback loop as to whether or not I made it long enough. But I don't need that feature, so I'm not going to worry about it. Needs to be tighter. Can I go one more lap? Even though I trimmed it? Yes, I can. Come on. Play ball with me here. I don't want to trim that lead. I was like, I need to trim that. No, that's a jumper lead. I don't want to trim that one. Okay, now I need a lead from here and from two from the middle, and then two from the tail. And I don't want to totally fill that hole. Okay. Okay, I just checked. It's getting late in the evening, so it probably is time to cash in and come back to this tomorrow. But I don't wanna. I'm in a groove. But, you know, some of us do have to go to work tomorrow. Depressingly. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I just want to play with my amplifiers. It's not like this isn't work. It's not like this amp isn't being sold. that's those two that both fork to the center there, which that tertiarily forks to this. So this, they all go the same place. It's a big connection. Alright. And you don't want to snip this one yet. I do want to snip that one. And I think I'm ready to see, and I want to snip this one too. Okay. So I still have to get, I gotta get 3 wires in this puppy. And that ain't gonna be pretty, because the output transformer plugs in there, and those always kind of can be space hogs, if you will. So yeah. Is this starting to look like a tube amp, or is it still looking like a big pile of wire mess, huh? Remember, you jokers were the ones who told me that you wanted to see a full amp building process. So here you go. I wonder if I can just get these to kind of like mechanically hook up, and then maybe I can just tack them just a little bit, and then I'll still have a little bit of space in that eyelet to jam that that's a little more than I wanted in there, but it is what it is. Okay, so I'm fairly certain that that is a completed eyelet board. Yep, I'm fairly certain. Okay, I'm going to take a quick time out here. made sure these screws were already sort of tapped and fitting and that kind of thing. Come out of there, you stupid screw. Decided to give me a little grief. Backer board, very important. Leads from the reverb transformer and the leads from the output transformer are going to kind of push up on you a little bit. Come on, slot in there. Slot in there. Okay, so there's a screw here and there that hold the board down. And there's high voltage here. And this screw head was a little too wide for me to be comfortable. I checked it, because the screw goes into the chassis, which is ground. I checked it, there was no connection. It was not grounded out, but it's high voltage. So, just to make myself feel better, I ground the head of that screw a little smaller, so now I have, you know, no connection to ground to that point, but I most certainly do for the screw. Yep. So if I go to open short mode here, you'll see the screw, beep beep beep. That point, no, but the screws are grounded, so okay. What should I do now? That's a good question. When all else fails, pick a side. Start from the left and go to the right, or vice versa. So, how about we hook up the rectifier tube? I think that's a good idea. So the filaments on the rectifier tube are the yellow ones on the power transformer, which has a couple gajillion wires on it. And the yellow ones goes to pin 2 and pin 8. Okay, so that's pin 2 and that's pin 8. But on pin 8, that's where we're going to get our high voltage that goes to the switch, power switch. So we need to be aware of that. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that one first. Let's do the pair of red and white wires, which are the high voltage. And I believe the red wires, just the plain red, not the red white, but just the regular red, are going to be not connected, I remember. So this is a regular red. This one's a red white. Let's see. That's a regular red, I think. So the other, this is the other red white. Okay, good. And these go to pins 6 and 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Right, 6 and 4. Yep. 1, 2, 4. Let's give these a little clip and snip. And stripping here. I'll check one more time. 4 and 6. I think we're probably going to need a power switch, because I don't want to have to do this part twice. Or actually not the power, the standby switch. I don't want to do that part twice. Okay, so I got the standby switch. That connects to the rectifier tube. We're going to want to put that on there. And yes, I went and got the back plate. You know, the plastic plate that goes on the back. That, yeah, it's there. The reverb jacks at the end don't hold it on, they just stick through it. So you're going to want to probably put a drop of adhesive on the end when you're done, because that's going to flop. So we'll put a drop of adhesive on that when we get to the end, so it doesn't flop. And possibly, I'm not even worried about it flopping, because it's, but it might rattle. And rattling would not be good. Tightening these switches is one of these things that this fork tool is really good for, because those rings are hard to grab for And if you try to grab onto them with, like, say, pliers, it doesn't work so good. I decided to also install the placeholder switch. It's unlabeled, it's, you know, the placeholder switch to where the old ground used to be. For me, it was the happy versus angry switch on my amp, which, again, I could do a happy versus angry switch on this. That's possible. Maybe I still will, because if you don't want it to have the angry mode, you just leave it in happy mode, and it will sound like the old school 1960s amplificator. And if you want to turn the negative feedback off and give her a little more growl, you can. Like I say, I don't think the customer gives a hoot about that angry mode though, so I don't know that it's necessary, and it just complicated the wiring of it. There's our does nothing switch, and there's our standby switch, so that's good. We'll want to put a piece of wire on the cathode of our rectifier when we hook up the yellow wires, because the yellow wires I'm going to hook up to 2 and 8, and then 8 is going to be the high voltage to go over to the standby switch. So here's our yellow pair. That's the problem with these, you can't really twist them that tight, and if you do, they just end up kind of like wanting to coil around each other, and it doesn't work out so hot. So you do the best that you can. Transformer wires, make sure you left them long enough. You can always cut them again, but it ain't so easy to uncut them. There's 8. Well, 8 fell off, that's nice. Let's try to get 2 first. Maybe I'll solder 2 and then come back to 8. That might be smarter. isn't showing me kindness, people. It's giving me grief. Man, now the wires are coming unbundled. I might just want to tin those together real quick so they don't want to unbundle when I'm trying to put those through the hole. See, are you going to stay upright long enough for me to tin you? Or do I need to duck that under? Let's unwind it a little bit. And if I tin it, it'll want to bend and keep shape a little better too. Come on, help a brother out here. See if I can put a little bit of solder on that to tin it up and make it quit wanting to walk away on me. Okay. Maybe now you will hold your shape more better. Be kind of cool. Help a Kobe out. Stand by. Okay, well that was fussy. The other thing that kind of stinks about transformer wires is the insulation will melt. So you gotta work fast enough. Now, this wire, I got this wire coming off the 5W4, which is our rectifier tube. I gotta go to the standby switch, which is right over here. And I got all these other wires to look at. Yep. It's a jumbly mess. It's a jumbly mess. That's the fun of it, right? Sort through the jumbly mess. And of course I pulled some of the transformer leads out the back here just to keep them where I could see them. And I don't know where my snipper went. I got the shears, just make use of them. And there's the snipper laying underneath the other tool. There it is right there. So, welcome to my world. Okay, got it in the switch, got it in position where I want it roughly, and we'll put a little solder on it. Try to tuck it in there real pretty. Make it real pretty. With like a lot of sharp angles, because people like sharp angles. I don't know why, they just do. Okay, now, if I recall, yes, one of our wires coming out of there goes to that standby switch. So that's going to be this one. Boy, I don't think I could have made that the better length if I tried, man. That was just good fortune. Shorten it up by that much. That's it. Okay, now, if we was looking, was you paying attention? We got the red wire out of the output transformer, and that gets to go to, let's duck that under there. That's the one I just did. That's the one from the standby switch. This one out of the output transformer goes right there. So let's see, what's a good length for that? There, I think that's about right. Better to have it a little long than to cut it too short, because if you cut it too short you can't uncut it. Put a little bit of solder on that to get that together. Okay, that's pretty together. Now we want to heat that spot up, and as soon as it melts we want to jam that down in the hole. Alright. Alright. There we go. We got that. Cool as that. Okay. Now we still got a whole bunch more wires to go other places. Like these two are for the output transformer. These are going to go to the tubes respectively when we get to that point. We're not to that point yet. Let's see. Now, these are the connectors that go to the speaker. We'll send those down to the speaker hole and stick them out of there for now, so they're not directly in my way. Okay, now I've got these other wires that have to go to the capacitor here, and their capacitor is square and mine is not. So I will name this is 1, that'll be 2, that'll be 3, that'll be 4. So yeah, so I'll do that 1, 2, 3, 4. Because, you know, it's like somebody turned my transformer or my capacitor by 25% there or something. Okay, so this one goes to 1. My hook's too good. Nope, there's my hook. Okay, cool. Okay. Beepski boopski, that one's on there. Now, let's just gussy it up and make some sharp looking angles. People like sharp looking angles. I don't know why, they just do. Okay, that looks more sharp angle. Okay, and then for part 2 is going to be the one coming out of this hole right there. So that's going to go there. Again, I think I perfected the lengths of these a few times, or got really close anyway. Gotta watch when you're pushing this wire back, because if you're not careful, you'll push that little end right into your finger. Don't feel too good. Not that I'd know. I haven't done it today. But this ain't my first amplificator rodeo. So. All of these 4 capacitors in this can, again, are all 20s, so ain't no big thing. You don't have to really worry about which one is actually 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can just decide, because they're all the same value anyway. There's some pretty sharp angles there. Okay, now for segment 3 and 4, I need to get this big old 2K, or not 2K, this is 22K 2-watt resistor. It's the biggest one in the set, but we'll just be 1,000,000% certain instead of being wrong. Because being wrong is bad. 22K, what do you know? I knew that. So anyway, I gotta get that hooked around there, but I think it might make more sense to hook these wires to there first. So this one goes to this section, and then the D wire, which is this one, is going to go to that one. And where did I put that big giant resistor? I set it down, it's right here. Okay, good. Where did I put that? 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 That's the chant. what we do all dang day around here. Not that one, it's this one. We're going to go even fancier. We're going to snake this under that. We'll make a couple of loopies. We're going to be really pretty. I know this still looks like a rat's nest in here. It's going to get better as we go, promise. Well, anyway. And I'm sure someone at home is probably telling me about Uncle Louie's way he'd do it, and it'd be better than what I'm doing now, but we'll see how this shakes out. And then if I'm wrong, you can tell me what Uncle Louie would have done. Okay. So that's kind of cool. Now we got to figure out how we want to do this resistor. Probably going to have to bend in a little bit to get to our points. This is going to be fidgety. I almost want to stick my nose like right in the camera's view. You see this? Okay. Through both holes. That's good. That end is sticking to ground. That's not good. Don't want it to ground out. A little tighter yet. Okay. I think that's going to work. But it's very tricky, because that's got a thick lead. So that's just going to be tricky to get a tight bend on it. get it crimped on there and get a good mechanical connection, because you know we don't want any of the D-Lab fans to be mad at me for just pushing it through and soldering it. Although the Mr. Carlson fans are going to go, Mr. Carlson said if you did a good job of soldering the joint, you can just push it through and solder it and it'll be fine. So let's all have a big fight about it. Okay. Great. Great. It's doing good, and then I whipped it. Okay, so I'm going to solder the one side, and then I'll bend and twist to make the other side happy for me. So I'm happy with it. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Who would have thought that putting one resistor in could be this dang fussy? It shouldn't be, but I'm a goof, and I get really worked up about keeping it pretty. And what's stupid is I'm sure somebody's gonna go, you call that pretty? You should see the inside of insert amplifier name here. That's what a pretty amp looks like. You're a joker. Okay, so that's soldered in good. And then let's make a pretty, nice, sharp, good looking angle to section D. Alright, so there's A, B, C, and D, or 1 through 4, hooked up there on our amplifier. So we got power now, buddy. Now it's a matter of what to decide to do next. Why don't we do this one, just to get it out of the way. It is going to the plates of the tube, or valve if you rather. I'm okay with calling them valves. That's actually a good name for them considering how they function. Output wire is Output transformer wires. I need to just solder you down so I don't have to deal with you anymore. It's coming, it's coming. Okay, so I want to take this to 6 and 6, so I need to jump the 2 of them there. That should be screen supply voltage, I think. Or is this screen or plate? Is that plate? I think it's just, no, output transformer go to plate. This would be screen. And actually 6 is a placeholder. Don't do nothing. So, let's see, so we have 8, 7, 6. So we're going there with this one. And yeah, 6 is a blank on these. You don't want to undercut these because you ain't going to get to redo them again. And you're going to feel like a big doo-doo head if you goof it up. And you're going to get to feel like a big doo-doo head if you don't crimp it on there good or something. And see, the rest of that tail wire is enough to do the jump from this tube down to the next one. Right. I gotta go to 6 on this tube. 8, 7, 6. Okay, now, yeah, that's pin 6 and that's pin 6. We need the 470 ohm 1 watt resistors to go to the screens. I'm fairly certain this is one of them, and that should be the other one. But so we don't make a mistake, we are going to measure them to be 1,000,000% sure. So this should be, how's that read? 0.468K. That's 468 ohms, close enough for jazz. 471, so close enough for jazz. And we are going from pin 6 here to 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're jumping around one loop there. And these are the resistors that always seem to be burnt up on old twins and stuff. They always burn up. Why are they always burn up, Kobe? Why are they always burn up? Because people let tubes expire, and then the tubes start drawing like crazy, and those old carbon resistors can't take it, and then they get all crusty and gross, and they fail. Little pin wiggle there, but that's normal. Only nip the slack, don't nip the lead like a big silly. Make sure we get everything all heated and all bonded, because we got 3 things on that tube socket pin. All of them are important. And they did sort of stamp numbers here, but they're kind of hard to read. It's easier for me just to count. Okay, now we still have some 1.5 Ks that gots to go across the tube. That's probably good to do. Here's the one I accidentally soldered into the wrong place last time. Oops. these are the grid resistors. Or do you like calling them grid stoppers, or what do you like to call them? I don't know. And then the other end of it is going to pin 1. And I unhooked it because I did, because of reasons. I don't need to give you a reason, I just did. I don't like that. It's not centered enough. Stand by, this is going to get boring. Okay, so that's one side. So we went from pin 5 to pin 1 to the wire that goes up to the grid. So if you watch what we got here, we went from there to there with the resistor right there, and then this wire is the one that comes up and goes to that point right there. Okay, so just to prove my point, I got the right wire. If I didn't screw up, it's gonna go beep. It went beep. It means I did it right. Yay! Now I have to do the other side. And the other one that goes up there is going to be this blue wire. How do I want to run that though? That's a fantastic mechanical connection. I couldn't have done that better. Watch, it'll fall off. No. So my solder's stuck, it doesn't want to come out of the reel. There it goes. should be probably going to sleep soon. But I had my sleep-wake cycle got goofed up. I had a brief illness, nothing too serious. Okay, now our other wire that goes to there, the wire that goes to there is this blue one, and I need to get it over there. I'm trying to find a way to snake it over there so it's pretty. There. So now I'm going to let it slide, but it's going to annoy me. These two resistors, one is installed backwards to the other one. Extra resistor. Electrically, it doesn't care, but it's backwards. To me, it looks backwards, so I'm annoyed. Okay, so beep, beep, beep. We're going to go from here, right? And we should be connected to there. And we are. We're not connected to there, but we are connected to there. And this is connected to that. And that's connected to this. Yep. And this is connected to that, but there's too much resistance to make it beep. So, cool. Okay. Well, progress is happening, people. There's still a boatload more to wire, but I think I'm going to say sayonara pretty soon. Let's do one more little joint here, and then we'll call it a night, just because I want these out of my way. These are the plates. So you put the, the high voltage plates. The audio output comes out of here to go through your output transformer. So these are the output transformer leads. They want the blue one on this tube on pin 3 and the brown one on pin 3 of the other tube. So here's the blue one. Pin 1, 2, 3 right there. Not sure I like the length of that. Might be a little longer than I like, but I think it's going to be fine. It's close. Maybe just snip a half an inch off of it if I'm getting very, very nitpicky. And the brown one gets to come back over here. Got that insulation a little warm. Started to sit up on me. Give it a little press down. If you get that insulation on that transformer wire a little hot, she'll start to peel up on you. Stopped soon enough, it's okay, it's all still intact and it's all cool. So, just to verify that our output transformer ain't garbage, which it's not, and I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it was thoroughly tested, but if I test from lay red point to there, 134 ohms, and to this point is 141 ohms. Yeah, that's fine. Our output transformer hooked up. Those plates are going to get high voltage when we push the button, so that's cool. Alright, there's still plenty more to do on this critter, like plenty more to do on this critter, like plenty more, but it's gonna call it for tonight. So let's see you tomorrow with more adventures of amp building. Okay, friends and neighbors, it's the next day. Lucky us. So, anyway, I printed out the color version thinking it might help us a little bit better. Anyway, we're going to start. I'm just going to keep going from left to right here, wiring up tubes. So, start with this one that goes off that 0.1 and the 56K resistor here. I'll put that onto pin 6 of this tube over here. So I'm going to want to move this output transformers wires out of my way. I'll pull them over here so I'm not looking at them. And we want to go to pin 6. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? 6. Yep. They're going to be right there. And again, I'm trying to hook the wire and kind of get it wrapped and clamped on the tube socket so that it wants to stay there mechanically, which will help with the soldering process, as well as just make it more reliable overall. And sometimes it's pretty tricky to do, so a lot of times I try to make a hook, and then I can hook it, and then kind of squeeze my hook closed. I think that'll work. Now where did my roll of solder go? It's over here today. Everything moves. I actually was doing some repair on some circuit boards out of laser printers. That's modern soldering. I like vintage soldering better. Everything's bigger. There we go. Give that a second to cure. And then we'll fit that wire in there so it's got, you know, some kind of cool, so it looks good, man. Give it some good looking angle. There we go. Looks like we know what we're doing. Alright, next one we got is between the coming off the 1K and the 0.1 there. So that'd be this one. And this goes to pin 7. That's doesn't need to be very long. So that's going right next door. It's interesting. I have a lot of folks that, you know, do talk to me, and they're like, you know, I'd love to build an amp, but I don't know where to start, and I don't know this, and I don't know that. I've actually had some gents that, you know, wanted to start doing real elemental, rudimentary repairs, you know, like cleaning pots and, you know, soldering on a speaker and that kind of stuff. And I was able to help them, you know, find tools that were very serviceable for that job that didn't cost a king's ransom. So like I say, hopefully if you're somewhere else in the world and you want to learn to build tube amps, this video, as long as it is, will hopefully help you out. This down. There we go. Looks like it belongs there. I've got a little bit of a pigtail. I've kind of turned funny. That's nice and clean. We want to make sure that any of our wires, drat, it didn't work out so hot. That wire broke. Try that again. It happens to the best of us, my friends. It happens to the best of us. And the worst of us. That solder joint's just cold as ice. Don't like that. Got enough wire through there that I'm kind of happy with that. Do I want to fire up the solder sucker and clean that up? Let's see what we can do with that. There, now it's hooked. I like how it's hooked. That's good. And I got a little bit of a tail on the top of it. I can dip that and just make it just a little cleaner. That's gonna be good enough, because if I keep fussing with it, I'm gonna make it worse. Okay, our next wire is coming off of point Y, which is the 1 meg, and that goes to, oh bollocks, I already made a mistake here. See, the one I sent to pin 7 goes to pin 8, not pin 7. So again, catch yourself as you work, double check yourself, triple check yourself, whatever you got to do. This is the one for pin 7, the yellow wire. So let's solder the one for pin 8 again. See if I can get her to bend upward here for me. And I nudged it while it was still hot. And that's not good. You don't want to nudge it while it's still hot, because then you'll end up with a weakened solder joint. That's no good. Seeing if I can scrape off my surplus. Oh, dang it. And I got it all bridged up here. We might be bringing the solder sucker in here to clean up my mess. Now it looks like I was able to get it to stick to the iron and come off of there. Otherwise we fire up the lay solder sucker and clean up a little bit if we have to. Alright, so this has to go to there. Try to be patient and let that cool. And what's interesting is it looks like there's more insulation pulled off of this part of the wire than I wanted it to. So that's the nice thing, is with this insulation you can just slide it around to where you want it. And on these pins, if they feel a little close together, sometimes if you just bend them out a little bit, then they just bend them out a little bit. Give yourself a little more room to breathe. And that one broke. Son of a monkey. Kids, we're not having a good day here. Cody's having a dumb day. Alright. Now is what's up with our insulation? It doesn't want to push back. Yeah, I ended up melting plasticky goodness on that, so I'll just replace that piece of wire. So we'll heat this one up. Pop that out. And let's see, we have some wire scraps that are of good size for this. Now that that's cured, I can pull on it and it ain't coming off, so that's good. Let's try this again. This is our one for pin 7. See if we can actually do this properly and have success. Apparently my hand isn't as steady today as it was yesterday. Must be the big soda. There we go. That's actually a pretty decent looking hook. And I've got the insulation pulled back far enough that it shouldn't be in my way. Bond, you rotten scoundrel, bond. Okay, then I can push the insulation back into position. And we will lower the wire into a position that looks pretty. Okay, good. So that's, let's double check our work here. 6, yep. Then 8, yep. And 7. Okay, good. Now we have to come down here to this 0.022. That is going to pin numero 1. And we will answer our business call. Okay, so that was a phone call. While I was on the phone, I did solder that one from the 0.022 to pin 1. This is the tremolo tube. This is, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Boy, when you tell a solicitor to shove it and then they call back immediately, that's pretty gutsy. Okay, so the next one that has to go to this tube is going to be the one that goes between the 0.1s here. And I don't know which one that is, whether it's red or blue. But that's what the magic beeper is for. So we've got our magic beeper, which I need to put in magic beep mode. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, cool. So I want to be at this point between these two, up there. And then I need to see if it's the red one or it's not. So let's, the red one. Doesn't appear to be that. Yeah, that's the red one goes up here to the top. So this should be the blue one. So let's verify that it's the blue one. Yes. So in this case, the one that goes right chair between the 0.01s is this blue wire, and this blue wire needs to go Like their color diagram, they used a blue and they used a green, and it's tricky to see. That's tricky to see because I got a red wire up there. Yeah, the red wire doesn't cross the path, so the red wire, which is blue in this picture, should be the one that goes to pin 2. I'm going to verify that with the schematic. Okay, so this is going to be tricky, but there's their oscillator tube 220101, and then there's our 1 meg resistor that goes to ground, and that is going to be connecting back to pin 2. So it's the one at the end of the 0.01 resistor that I want to put to pin 2 there. And I think I said that's the red one. Did I say that was the red one? Yeah, that's the red one. So I'm going to put the red one to pin 2. Now the other one is going somewhere else. Yeah, the other one that goes between here, this is the other one. That's going to go out to the RCA jack for the pedal. Okay. So red one's going to go to pin 2. And they use other colors of wire and things in their diagram that aren't necessarily in the kit. And I honestly don't know per se if there's a global accepted industry standard for these. I know there are on like transformers, but I've been in enough old Fenders. I don't think there's, at least at Fender, the standard was use whatever wires in stock. At least as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong. If your Uncle Louie knows, put that in the comment section too. Now this other blue one actually needs to go to the RCA jack labeled vibrato pedal, and I suppose we can do that. We'll have to install an RCA jack for that. And of course I have the transformer wires for the Reverb transformer running through there right now. Haha, because of reasons. Have to get those out the way. But I'm going to want to put that jack on there, so let's go get that. Okay, now on the jack they show that the other end of it here goes to ground. Well, it's a non-isolated jack, so just by the nature of screwing it on there tightly, it will be grounded. So we're going to take the nuts and the washer and stuff off, put that through the hole, and then we have to put the nuts and the washer back on. And I just found a socket that fit on there, and now I see where I put it. I actually see where I put it. Holy cow, what an amazing venture. just inadvertently do a face reveal. Ha. Did I? Maybe. I don't know. Then I have a socket here. I can use that. And it feels pretty snug. Should I maybe take it to the next level of snugness? Yeah, that's in the Tighten mode, isn't it? Okay, Aussie's tight. Okay, so that's for our vibrato pedal. And I need to get this down. That's a house joke, don't worry about that one. And then I gotta get it into that RCA jack. Yeah, I'll fold that a little bit snugger in the corner once I get it soldered in. Okay. That's soldered to the tightness standard that says it ain't going anywhere. Okay. So that's our vibrato pedal one. Now what's next? So sliding to the right again, we have 25 microfarad to the 3.3, so that would be this blue wire in my case. And that is going to pin number 3. And so that after that, then all of the pins to this tube outside of the filament will have been wired. And for logistics reasons, I have done these sometimes where I do the filaments first, and there's sometimes where I save them for later. And on this amp model, I like to save them for later. But if you want to do them first, because that's what works for you, then I highly recommend doing that. Because whenever you make something, you need to make it in your style. Whatever your style is. This is your art. Make it your art. And I do like to lean these pins out a little bit more, just because I feel it firms them up and it makes me more comfortable with them not being able to wiggle and touch. I don't bend them out a boatload, but just a little bit. Okay. So our next one is this yellow wire that comes out of the hole, and it should go up to the 1.5, I'm sorry, it should go up to the 2.5, so it should go here. So let's verify that I have the correct wire. Beep is good. Oh, and I see a stray little lead here. That was part of the cutoff that managed to find its way in there, so we're going to get that out of there so it can't affect us in the future. Okay, now this wire coming off the 2.7 shall go to the speaker jack. So guess what that is? That's your negative feedback loop. So if I wanted to put the negative feedback loop mod in, I would have to bring that over to the switch, but we're not doing that today. Now I gotta find a socket that fits on that. That fits. Das ist gut. They gave me 2 switching jacks. I've had some cases where they give you one that has a switch and one that doesn't. It probably just depends on what's in the warehouse that day, which is okay. Because you can use a switching jack in place of a non-switching jack. And the only one I'm tremendously concerned about is the one that's the tip, which is going to be the flat one. I'm going to put that up in the air. It's easy enough to get at, but it's snug. It doesn't, it's really, these are strong jacks. It's better than weak floppy jacks that you can get from the jungle site, right? We don't want no weak floppy jacks in here. That is definitely not weak. Just want to be 100% certain that that does not contact the top of the chassis, because that would short out our speaker output, and our system probably won't like that. And when we put this on, we want to make it adequately tight. That should be okay. And this is for, let's see, do I want to go this in this way, or do I want to go around that way? Physically, it makes more sense for me to come in this way. And then I am going to need a sliver of wire to go the other direction, because I need to run to the other speaker jack, which has not yet been installed. I'm sure I have some kind of piece of cut off here that I have. I do. This one's in red, but that's of no consequence. And give that a moment to cool. And the speaker jacks are a little bigger than, say, the pins on a tube. Means they take just a little bit longer to cool. Okay. So that's essentially all that one would couple to the extension speaker, because we're going to couple it to this other jack over here. Let's install that while we're at it. And we want to tie our switch and our ground from our output transformer, which our output transformer leads are hanging out over here. I'm just thinking logistics here, so let's trim that. The black one is our ground, obviously. Well, maybe it's not obvious. And we need to get to, that might be a little longer than I want it to be to get to where I want to get to. Let's duck that under there. Makes it fit more better. Almost love it. I feel like it's just a little too long, but I'm probably exaggerating, because this is the ground and this is the switch, and these two need to be tied together when we put the jack in. So we're going to strip this one longer, and I think I'm going to tin it for ease of slipping it through the eyelets without the stranded wire going fizz-fuzz everywhere. Okay, so we've got a little bit of solder on that to just firm that up. And then I want to go through the ground. Boy, I nailed that on length, huh? Because then when I bend this one, I could almost strip just a little millimeter more. And I can get that into this eyelet. How'd I get that right the first time? Well, dumb luck and practice. Okay. So on the switch side, now we need to solder the ground side. Cool. And then we can install the speaker jack. Same issue with that tab being a little high writing. It's not that it's horrible, it's just a little bit, and it concerns me. Is it worth being concerned about? Probably not, but I'm concerned. Now, my next concern is that it's going to be tricky to install this somewhat denser wire from the transformer, and actually I dropped that little piece of insulation, so let's get that out of there. I have to solder both this bridge wire from the extension and this one into there. So let's pull that through. And that poor wire for the standby that I put in earlier is crying here. So that's got to go to right about there. Wait a minute. I think I did a stupid. Stand by. I did do a stupid. My brain crisscrossed and told me, well, I didn't get a non-switching jack. No, I did. I forgot that I had some of these for the input jacks. Ah, you big silly. So there's my other error that I made. So I have to fix this and put the non-switching jack in place of it. Whoops. Because the other one is the input jack. Nate didn't make a mistake. Kobe made a mistake. And I brought the wrong part to the table. But the good news is it's just one spot. And I can pull both of those wires out. And then this jack shall be used properly as an input jack when we get to it. And set that over there. Cheers. Here's our non-switching jack. This is what I should have put in there in the first place. There, bend that so I'm happy with the angle. Did that socket just roll? It did. The socket rolled, people. I don't know, perhaps are you enjoying this far less edited format? You get to see my boo-boos as we go, and again, we haven't had any catastrophic failures because I keep thinking and I keep trying to make my brain work. I'm going to give that just a little bit more gusto, not much. There, that's enough gusto. Give it too much gusto and then bad things happen. There's our two wires that shall go to the extension speaker. We'll give that a second to cool before we try to move it. Put a little bit of char on the insulation on that wire, but not enough to count. Okay, so we're back to where we were, ready to put the we got to put the bridge wire and the output transformer into the main output speaker jack. So we're going to tin that. I'm going to have to get a newer big solder tip. This big solder tip is starting to wear down. I got plenty of little solder tips for doing the small electronicals, but not the one I want for the big electronicals. Okay, now my next big question is, can I get this wire to go in that hole too? Because if I can get them to both go in the hole, it just makes an easier version of the mechanical connection, he says, as that one falls out of the hole. I suppose it's also plausible just to enlarge the hole. But I don't like that idea. Or I could just switch out to a switchcraft jack that has a bigger hole. But these are fine. I'm fairly certain they're the nitric reen. I'm going to fiddle for a minute. Okay, so another business phone call later, and an executive decision to enlarge the hole, and now we're in business. So I can put this jack in there, install it, and then arrange the wires so they're more prettier, because that sticking up is not going to be cool. Notice I'm not going high torque. I'm not going to the end of the handle. This doesn't need to be ridiculously high torque. It just needs to be adequately snug. Put that wire, tuck that back there, and then this green wire, we can tuck that down over there, and the black wire, we'll tuck it down under there. Okay. That's nice and pretty. And again, when you look at your speaker jacks, they show this ground here. Just the fact that this is screwed to the chassis means the ground is grounded. So unless you're doing some kind of isolated floating thing, don't worry about it, kids. Okay. So that RB working more better, and now my phone just went off to tell me that eBay wants me to buy an ICO tube tester. Sorry kids, I already own one. Okay. Now we are moving this way. We are to the wire that is coming off of the 1.5K and the 25 microfarad capacitor. That is going to pin number 3 on this tube. So we are going to pin 3 there. looking at some of my wires that popped up when I was playing around here. I want to keep that stuff neat. Don't bend it and mess it up, dummy. Okay, so that's to pin 3. Now we come to the one that comes out of the hole here. That'd be this one that is in blue, and it goes to this cluster of things up there, allegedly. So let's make sure that our BP meter here is ready to verify that that cord is going to where I think it's going. Beep. That means you're correct, Kobe. You know where it's going. It is going to pin 7. So 987. It's right there. That doesn't need to be very long now, does it? Getting tight. We're getting a bunch of wires in one area. There we go. Bend it up with the tip of the soldering iron. Not recommended, but it works. Copper wire is fortunately soft and bendy. And one is able to exploit the soft and bendy properties of copper. I probably should just stop fidgeting, but I'm getting weird about the wire positioning. I just want it to look right. Not like anybody is probably going to be opening this anytime soon, but we gotta, if you've ever opened a vintage Fender, particularly from the 70s, you're not amazed by how beautifully the wiring is. You're just kind of looking at it going, okay, well, does everything go where it's supposed to go? So we're going back to the old school. Okay, so our next one is this 1.5 K and the 225 mic. That's to pin 8. Yep. So we just did our pin 7. Now we got to do our pin 8. So we'll go Now my next challenge for you is go order one of these kits and then put this video on and race me. And if you can finish it first. Maybe not. Okay. We just did this one to pin 8. So right there, I did that to pin 8. So our next one is coming off the 22 or 0.022 microfarad. So is that what, that 22 nanofarad or 2.2? Anyway, and the 100K resistor. So that would be this one right here. And this wire shall go to pin 6. So, pin 6 over here is, they show it drawing over the top. I mean, I could go over the top, I could go underneath, but I got to get back to here. I probably could have snaked around the tube the other way, but sometimes keeping your leads shorter is better than longer. So we're going to call this an executive decision, and I'm not going to declare myself a genius or anything until this actually works. The big thing you want to keep is you want to keep your transformer wires, like your output wires and your high energy stuff. You want to keep your high energy stuff, like your outputs, where you're going to be getting all that wattage, and keep that away from your input tubes, because it's a lot like putting a microphone in front of the speaker of the PA system. It creates a bad feedback. It's not what we want. Okay. Doing good. Now what do we have next? We have let's see, I still have pins 1 and 2 on here where I have to figure out where they go, right? So some of this other, I guess the next thing I should solder is the Reverb transformers power lead. That's the red wire from the Reverb transformer. That's going to go right there. So it gets power from the B rail. Let's make sure that that is indeed the power from the B rail. So if we recall from earlier in this investigation, the B rail is back here. Hey, that's power from the B rail. And that's the D rail. This is the B rail, and that's the D rail. So go there. Because this is a transformer just like an output transformer, so you got to put some beans to it to get it to go. It's got to supply high output stuff to the... Did I leave myself enough lead? Did I cut that a little too short to make it easy to strip? Apparently this wire is tougher than my crap toy stripper. Come on, toy stripper. My toy stripper doesn't have enough gusto. Drat. I'm gonna have to get in there with a X-Acto knife. And I'll try again, and the toy stripper actually did work. Okay. Let's get the shmoo off our soldering iron. We're gonna tin that. So it's got some rigidity. And I actually stripped a smidge more off of it than I intended to, or wanted. I left a little bit more wiggle room for myself anyway. So now I can turn it over and around. We're going to point it right at the hole, and then I should be able to heat that up and press it into the hole. Like that. Now, if I give it a gentle tug, it popped out. So apparently I didn't heat it up quite enough, but at least we know. So next time we're going to add some solder to that. Try it again. No, it goes right back in the hole it came out of. How cool is that? And it pops out again, of course it does. So I need an extra hand here, so if anybody wants to magically reach through the computer screen and become my third hand, that would kind of be interesting and cool, and maybe the subject of a scary movie. I think I got it to kind of sort of wedge in there. Wow, that was hot. That was hot upon my finger, but because I didn't want to have to go back and do it again, I battled through, and I got a, I don't think that's even a first degree, but that's a borderline discomfort, and that is firmly in position now. Good. And y'all got to see the top of my head, I think. Good for you. So let's keep playing ball here. We have the other ends of the reverb transformer. The blue one is going to go to this 12A T7 over day. Maybe I want to do that, maybe I don't. Let me put the additional jacks in here, and then I'll decide. Let's get this wire cluster scooted back a little bit so I can see. Yeah, I think I'm going to put those additional jacks in there for fun. where those tabs are end up falling. They're falling to they're in down position. That's fine. It doesn't hurt anything. They just need to. These technically on the ones other that I don't need to solder to, they can technically just be not used, but I think they provide a little bit more surface area, so we're going to use them because of reasons. I think that's good. This particular tab on Reverb pedal, I'm going to bend that little tine up because I'm going to need it a little bit. And am I going to need any of the other ones? No, just this one. So our green wire from our reverb transformer is going to go to reverb input. Cool. I have a habit of trying to leave the wires just a little bit longer than I think they need to be, because that's what works for me from a visual standpoint. I can see that more better-er, and then I screw up much lesser-er. I've seen a few other technicians that are very, very lead conscious and will always handle their solder by the box and not just grab it and pull on it. But apparently I'm either fearless or not too bright, or maybe both. Oh, actually the black wire from the reverb transformer also needs to go to ground, so I will put that on one of the tabs here. We'll just run it to the bend that tabby out. I'll attach it to that tab. So the black wire from the reverb transformer will go to that tab over there. All that stay where I need it to stay adequately long enough for me to tin it. Good. Put that in the hole of the tab, which I may need to use my long nose pliers here in order to bend and or position or something or other that. And it's through the hole, which is great. And then now I should be able to get it. Okay, I think that's gold. It's definitely soldered on there, so that's good. We gave it a pull and it didn't come off, so that's great. Okay, now we've got 3 of the 4 wires for the reverb hooked up. The last one that isn't hooked up is actually going to go to the 12A T7 tube over here, and the blue one is going to go on the 12A T7 tube to the pin number 6, which also needs to be tied to pin number 1. So let's prepare this to go to pin number 6. And then I need a jumper to go from pin 6, which is this one, over to pin 1. Let's worry about soldering pin 6 first. Anytime you gotta solder 2 things to one of these small 9 pins, it can be a little bit of a challenge. If you use a boatload of solder on these 9 pins, then it likes to run down in the socket and jack your socket up. And if you don't use enough solder, then everything just falls apart, and that's no good either. So I'll give that a second to cool, and we'll give it a yank. Okay, so our reverb transformer on the pin 6 is good. And our jumper lead on the pin 6 is also good. So now we need to spin this around so it also connects to pin 1. So and I believe, yes, I just heard, okay, I heard the door to my shop, but that is my sidekick coming to work on his projects for today. So that's good. Came in the door and shouted, "Just me." That would mean I don't have to worry about it. Okay. So 6 is bridged to 1. And 1 and 6 is also to the reverb transformer. So that's great. Alright, so now how far down the road are we here? We are to this one right here, which is that one right there. That goes to pin 1 of our 12AX7 over here. Okay. And what else do we have here? Pin. I got pin 3 connected, 4 and 5 are filament, so it's only pin 2 of this tube goes to the reverb pedal. Pin 2, reverb pedal with a jumper over to the reverb output, and there's also a 220K resistor that has to jumper to ground. So let's find that 220K resistor. Should still be hanging around here. Shouldn't have gone too far. I think those are 2 browns, but sometimes on this blue background it's tricky to tell. Let's see. Yeah, that's not it. That's definitely not it. Okay. Momentary pause while I find it. Found it. So one end of this shell solder into there. So let's snip that substantially shorter. And another business call. Okay, so I was able to solder in the 220K resistor. And now I'm moving on to the wire that goes to pin 2. And then the wire that comes to pin 2. So we just put this wire on, now we have to take it there. And I already do have the 220K soldered to the ground, which I used a tab. Then we need to also have a jumper wire over to the other reverby thing. There's 2 wires, now I need the third one. Doesn't need to be tremendously long. Is that big enough? Looks like it. Okay, that went okay, I think. The reason I say I think is I got to give all these wires and that resistor the wiggle test. And that resistor is not adequately soldered. It wiggles. Feels better, a little bit, with the fingies anyway. Yep, I can't tug it off of there with the plier. So that means it's more better than it was. Where does that leave us now? We are at this wire. Coming down from this array. That goes to pin 8 and 3. So let's figure how long I need this to go to pin 8. Okay. Well, actually that's pin 8. Pin 8. 8. 8. and then we have to come over to pin 3, right? Okay, so let's give it a snip there. And I have what I think conceptually is a good idea. So I need that much wire to get to pin 8. So I'm going to see if I can shave that. It's very difficult to get a knife to go around this. I wish I had some, and I know my little girly stripper tool couldn't do this. At the same time, if I flex this too much, it's just going to break. Trying to get the insulation off of that. I wonder if I can. I wonder if this actually will work. I'm going to bet it doesn't, but oh, holy moly, it kind of did. A little rippier than I wanted it to be, but it actually did work. Okay, so now I can put this through pin 8. I said I can put this through pin 8. Through pin 8. I'm going to pull the tail up here. Bring that right over. I'm going to bend it at 90. Just beep boop 90 degrees. And then we're going to solder it with that naked wire sticking up. Okay, so that's actually soldered onto pin 8, which is great. And then I still got this tail that I can get over to pin 3. I'll trim a little bit of slack off of it. And I should be able to re-sleeve this insulation back on the wire. That's the plan anyway. Once upon a time I did this and it worked. There, it worked. It just took a minute. Now I can manipulate this to jump over pin 3. And then a little bend. And I want to nip that tail. And you should be able to solder that on there. Sometimes these jumpers where you gotta solder 2 pins together can get a little funky and weird and unhappying. But yeah, stand by a minute, gonna get a drink. Okay, our next wire is the one that comes out of the hole. This is yellow one. Should be this one, and it should go up to there. So let's verificate that. I think verificate is the combination of authenticate and verify. Yeah? Beep. Okay, so same trick to go from pin 7 to 2. Okay, break time's over, but I did do that while you weren't looking. But I did the same thing. Stripping this pullback wire is a bit of a adventure. I think that's the right word for it, adventure. But it can be done. So our red wire is actually one piece of wire jumped to 2 pins, and our yellow wire is also in the same style as that. Now our next one I got here is this blue wire that's coming off of the the 1.5 side, 1.5K and 25 microfarad, and that one is actually the pin 8 of the first tube. $100K and a 22.022 microfarad cap here. This is my yellow wire. It's going to pin 6. coming off the 250 peak and the 100, which is this blue wire here in my case, is for pin number 1. This corner is a wee bit trickier because I'm extra right-handed. I'm running out of real estate in this corner. Okay. Got a little bit of a pigtail sticking up there. Let's shorten that. There we go. More happier. Okay. Okay, now I have the 2 wires that come out of the top there. I've got one that's blue and one that's purple. And the thing is these wires are still naked up here. So purple's close enough to red, so I'll just take the red one that I got coming out of this. Oh, I don't have. Okay, well, I've got, what colors do I have? I have red and yellow, of course. So on the diagram, blue and yellow, and okay, on the diagram there's a blue one, so we'll just assume the yellow one will represent the purple wire. And we'll go to pin 7 with this one. And if I don't remember that, I can always put the beeper on it or something and check it out later. And the other wire coming out of the hole, which is our blue wire, goes to pin 2. it looks like there's only one more wire on the back line here. And that would be this one, which I already know goes to a cathode. It's going to pin 3. So the 1.5 and the 25 here will go to pin 3. And that will leave only our filaments left on these tubes. All the other pins there are populated. So that's a good sign. Means I didn't forget anything. But wrestling the filament wires in is going to be a little trickier because I insist on using a little bit fatter, thicker filament wire because I do. I've already proven to myself it's not entirely necessary because I used a hybrid of I used some of the thinner included wire on filaments in our 6V30 kit, our Vox AC30 style kit. It worked fine. It wasn't a problem. But yet, I want my filaments to look very distinct from the rest of the circuit. For no good reason other than I want it to look that way. Okay, so that's our back line. Now we have our front line. We're making progress, boys and girls. What else did I forget? Something goes to... No, I got something to the vibrato pedal. I got all that. Yeah. I didn't forget nothing. Why is my brain telling me you forgot something? Because it's my brain, and my brain likes to mess with me. But yeah, I haven't. The only thing left to do down here, I think, is the filaments, and because I've got the power tubes all wired up. Oh, and I do have to put these. I have to put the cathodes of the power tubes to ground, and I'm not going to do that in the ordinary fashion. So maybe I'll go do that. Okay, so if this were Fender, they would have soldered this pin, the cathode pin, which is 7, is it 7? No, it's 8. 8 would have gone directly to ground, so they would have just tacked 8 to ground. And you can put a tab down here and solder it to ground if you want, or if you think you can solder to this chassis, then whatever. I like to kind of star ground things. That's just my style. And I have some 1 ohm resistors, which if we put these in there, it'll make it very, very easy for whoever comes after me to verify the bias readings. It makes it easy to check the bias in the amplifier. So before putting those on there, though, I do want to take the insulation off of one of my cut wire scraps, and we're going to put that onto the resistor. And then I have too much, because of course I do. And then that way my resistor can't ground out on anything else. And I will snake these up and around and put them on the star bus. Okay, so I put insulation on both ends of this resistor, and then I soldered some additional wire there. I J-hooked the two so they're securely connected, but obviously I need to insulate that connector, that joint, so it doesn't get into something it shouldn't get into, so we're going to use a little bit of shrink wrap tubing on that. And everybody has a preferred method to shrink wrap. So whatever you want to do. Since the soldering iron's already here, just give it a little pep with the soldering iron, which will probably put grubby, dirty junk on it. And it did, of course it did. But some people use a lighter, some people use a heat gun. I actually do have a heat gun, but I have to go get it. And we can snake this. Down below decks. And I mean, I have before in prior adventures just encased the resistor in the shrink wrap also, but I'm thinking that it would help the owner and or anybody else to recognize that that is a 1 ohm resistor, because you need to know what the ohmage of the cathode resistor is if you're using it to check the bias. Yeah? I know, I have my own verbiage. I don't think ohmage is technically a word. Ohmage is a placeholder for resistance. I know what the proper name is, it's resistance. You guys let Terry from D-Lab get away with saying resistoroids and transistoroids. Let me get away with saying ohmage, okay? And just get a little bite on that so it doesn't pop off whilst I do the second one, and then once I do the second one we'll put them both there. Now, the leads of this resistor are actually long enough on their own to reach our destination, actually even more so. We need to shorten up our resistor. There you go. So now the cathodes are to ground, but through a 1 ohm resistor. So now to measure the bias will be easy. And if you really want to be specific and you really believe your meter, you can measure your exact resistance. This is possibly one of my customers, but it might be BS. Okay, that actually was a legitimate customer, although the name that came across caller ID was a little unusual. So anyway, this kind of completes our back row. We still have power, we still have filaments, and we still have the front row. But we're making progress. I think it's time for me to take a break. Okay, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to show this, but you saw earlier how I mounted the brass plate beneath the pots, or behind the, it's behind the front cover, and it lives under there. These naked wires that we have are the grounds, and I've got to solder those to there. So that's probably what I want to do before I try to do the rest of the front panel. But to try to show that at any kind of angle that you're going to be able to see it without my big fat head in the way probably just isn't going to work too good. Okay, we're going to go into fisheye airsick mode. With all the reflections, it's probably still nearly impossible to see what we did, but solder blobs represent those naked wires. There's 4 of them. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Now, for an insurance policy, to make sure that that brass plate, which is definitely grounded to the chassis, I mean, it's screwed there a bajillion times. Just because I'm paranoid, I like to put one more wire on the corner and run that to my plus there. Okay, so that wire, I have a black wire running from the brass plate to the ground bus. Again, not required. I do it because I'm weird. So now we got to solder up some controls, and I gotta figure out where my nippers went. Actually, let's look at doing the input jacks. Now, to make my life a little easier, when I wire this, I jam these input jacks on the front of the amp where they don't belong, but now they're on the outside, so I can do my 1 meg from tip to ground, and I can connect, in this case, on jack number 1, which is going to be in the jack 2 position, because I'm looking at it from the back, so I do not connect the switch to ground on this one, but I do on the other one. So from tip to ground, I do need a 1 meg resistor. Of course, I misplaced my nipping tool. Nah, the shear's not going to cut it. We are back. Okay, so I rotated these around so my 68K resistors will be really close to each other. So there's 68K resistor number 1. And then 68K resistor number 2 will go here onto this tip. And additionally, I need to run a piece of wire to go between the tip here and the switch over here. And of course the sleeving on that wire doesn't want to push back on me. It's pushing back by not pushing back, I guess, metaphorically speaking. Stand by. Children get home from school and immediately wants to know if there's food. It's barely 4 o'clock. Not yet. Okay, now then these two 68Ks get twisted together. I don't want to go too hog wild here though, because I do need to hook the other piece of wire in there once we get it around to the other side. And tap this. Beautiful. And the last thing we got to do is tie the switch and the ground together here, and since they're both going to ground anyway, it doesn't really matter if we use a shielded wire, a stripped wire. In this case I'm going to use a lead to cut off a big resistor, because that'll work just as good. Anything else I can come up with. And of course I would pick the thick one that's hard to bend. I just have to transfer this to the inside. This becomes jack 1, that becomes jack 2. Well, that was a substantially greater pain in the neck than I had thought it would be. The instrument jacks there, they are long enough to go through the holes, but the holes are very, very tight. These are laser machined and they're very, very precise. And I mean, it just squeaks through there. So you get the plastic there and the metal, and if everything isn't 100% perfectly aligned, which of course I already snugged all these up, so if it's even a micro, half a millimeter off kilter, there you go. So that's that. And now we need to connect our input there, which is going to be our blue wire. We've got to run that down to the board there, so we use our blue wire here, and I want to solder onto my 68K pair, but in addition to that, I don't have naked wires going around where they don't belong. I want to put a tube of shrink wrap on that. My shrink wrap too long. I'm going to make this too short. That hook should go in there. I'm going to have to stick my head in there farther so I can see better. Okay, so that's soldered more better. I got a little bit of shrink wrap on now. Can't probably see that good. Let's give you some bright light. You're probably complaining, going, I can't see none of this good. It's like I'm a bird miles away. Come on, brothers, I'm trying to film in high definition here. Okay, kids. Alright, let's get my jacket off here and we'll get back to work. So we have the input jacks done. That's good. Now we can proceed to the controls on the front. Now, should we go this way like we did last time, or should we go this way? I think we should go this way, just because I'm right-handed, but that's kind of a rando idea. Okay, so the pot that's farthest here is intensity, and one of the wires that goes to it, this one, is the one that goes to the bias. That's already hooked up. It's already there, that yellow one right there. So we have the one that goes in the middle, and the one that goes to this leg. So the one that goes in the middle is the one coming out of the hole between the pair of 220Ks. That would be this one right here. I gotta find my other cutters. Either that or go get my other pair of these. I have some more better ones. I know they haven't gone too far, but I'm sure somebody asked me to do something, and then I pick them up and I move them, and they're probably 6 to 8 inches away from me, and whoever's watching can probably even see them on the screen. But I'll be darned if I can find them. Okay, and then the other one that goes in there comes off of the 0.1 microfarad, which would be this one. And I don't even need to cut that one. I made that like just the right length, I think. It's like I tried to do it that way. After we solder them, we poke at them to make sure that they are actually really and truly connected. Okay, now our next pot is the speed pot, and I do have a wire. Oof. Did I make a mistake? No, I didn't. That red wire was coming off of the 0.1 microfarad, and the one that goes to the speed pot is the one coming out of this hole that should go back to this junction over here. So I didn't boo-boo, but I sure as heck thought I might have. So let's verify that that's the correct wire there. So we'll put this back into beep boop mode there. Yep. Okay, so we did not boo-boo. And then the other thing we have here is we have a resistor that is 100K. So that should be sitting under here in my pile of goodies. That is not 100K. And these two are probably 100 ohm. Stand by. Okay, so for the speed pot we need to connect those two legs together, which we'll just do by taking the lead of our resistor through there. And then the 100K, they have it grounded to the body, which is okay, or I could ground it to the brass plate. It would work either way. And now my phone's ringing. Okay, so I weaved that 100K through there. And we're soldering it. And then now we need to take the other end of the lead and put it on the body of the pot. And these particular pots do generally let you solder to them without fighting you too much. These cutters suck. I'm gonna go get better cutters. Fresh cutters. Hey, look at that, it actually worked. Beautiful. Alright. It'd be nice if I could get it to like lay directly on the pot. It's really close. think that worked. Yep, that worked. You want to see? You probably do want to see, don't you? Kick you over here and show you. No, my phone's flashlight doesn't want to turn off. There we go. Put you back in your nest, little birdie. Okay, so this is the other one that goes to the speed pot. It's the one coming out of the hole that actually comes down to here. I felt something stuck to my finger just drop and onto the board. Now I'm gonna think it's probably just a little piece of lost insulation or something, but I gotta check this amp for any stray metal shards prior to getting it going, because amps that go boom are not desired in this workshop. Well, maybe if it was a bass amp going boom would be good, but not boom in the bad way. Okay. Our next pot down the row is the Reverb pot, and the leftmost one there needs to be grounded. Now some people will bend the leg of the pot to come down to the body to bridge it with solder. I prefer to just use a lead from a clipped component. It's just a style thing. If you want to bend the pot, you can bend the pot. Be my guest. When it comes to doing things, we follow the business golden rule. He who haveth the gold maketh the rule. So if you want to do it your way, or Uncle Louie's way, if you bought the amp parts, go ahead, do your thing. Alright. That solder. I don't know, man. Let's see. That looks pretty good. Can't peel it off. Can't knock it off of there. Can't wiggle it off. That would be a good solder connection. Sometimes I do them a little more dense than I think they should be. Other times I do them a little more lean than I think they should be. But, okay. Now these are the two that I made extra long this time, because last time I didn't make them long enough. These two coming out the hole. Now one of these two goes to the 40 or the 470K. It's their red wire. So the 470K is this one over here. So let's figure out which one of the two wires that is again. Is it my red wire? And of course I probably made these too long to overcompensate for the last time I did this and I boo-booed. Beep beep. Yep, that's the one. So it's my red wire. That's the one that goes to the middle of the reverb pot. Yeah, I overcompensated that a little bit. But you can always clip a wire shorter. But you can't really unclip a wire. It doesn't work so well. Working at this downward angles. Kind of weird. That's not even the right... Wait a minute. Oh, sheesh. I'm a dingus. I put this grounding lead on the base pot, not on the reverb pot. The reverb pot's over here. I did an airhead move, but that's okay. We can undo airheadedness fairly quickly. There's one, there's two, now it's free. And let's bend a fresh one there. To go on the correct potentiometer. Oh boy. Oh, darn it. That wire just knocked that off of there. Oh, heavens. Pull that out of the way. Try this again. And then we go to the body of the potentiometer. This wire just really wants to get in my way now. Okay, let's see if our solder joint's any good. Feels like it to me. Okay, now back to the coloring book. Center of the reverb pot. I think I still have it a little longer than I want it to be. By a little bit. Every time I get to work on these, I sing Mr. Rogers songs to myself, but I like to take my time. I remember a lot of people, the last time I built this model, asked me why I just fired it up and it worked. And I didn't have any troubleshooting stage. And it's kind of because I was just really extra meticulous and I really took my time. Okay, now the other end of this, I believe, goes to this capacitor over there. So let's verify that that blue wire indeed goes to where I think it goes to. Wait for the beep. Yay! I guess from what I understand, one of the amp parts kits, I think it's Mojitone, has a class or something that they offer where you can go in and like build a champ kit or something with the instructors, which is kind of cool. Nobody directly learned me how to build these. To learn myself, but that's the way my brain's wired anyway. It wants to figure it out. It doesn't want somebody to show me. Okay. Good connections, good connections. Okay, now we're down to our treble and bass pots. Now our bass pot does require a resistor from the third leg to ground, and it's supposed to be 6.8 kilo ohms. Should be this one. .78 kilo ohms. Close enough for government work. Already got solder in that hole. It's probably still too much of a lead though. And the other end of this resistor goes to the body of the pot, which I already conveniently have a nice little pad of solder there. So my oops wasn't all bad. Never is. Okay, that is well secured. Let's see, the middle of the base pot is it's written as the green wire, but it's the one that goes to this 0.0 or 0.1 over here. So one of these three wires coming out of the hole goes to that 0.1. Which one is it? You want to guess? Nope. Oh wait, it's on Ohms. Not beep. Now it's on beep. I guessed right the first time. It's that one, but not this one. Yeah. Alright, so it is this one. Goes to the base pot, so it's going to be our wire here that per chances to be yellow. And boy, did I make a long lead for no good reason. But this goes to the middle of our base pot, which will work out anyway, because I need to jump a wire from our base pot over to our treble pot anyway. And I'm a big doofus because I need to have the wire to jump over to the treble pot, and I didn't bother to put in the hole. That the third leg of the base pot doesn't get anything on it, so we got to jump to the leg on that side of the treble pot. Next leg of the treble pot is a jump between the treble pot and the volume pot. Oop. I'm sure I have a long enough wire scrap here somewhere. Just slightly longer than I want it to be. I don't want to take too much off of it though. You make it too tight or where it just fits and you're just really trying to conserve wire, it bites you in the bum. Now we have the wire coming off of this 250 picofarad cap going there. So which one of these two wires is it? Is it the red one? Let's find out. I must be a good guesser. It is. Well, that's a little long when I cut that, huh? Volume one, which logic dictates should be this one, and this one, oh no, this is, wait a minute, the frig, ooh, okay, hold on, this 0.47, this one here, which should be hopefully this blue wire, supposed to go over to this base pot, and I missed that. Goes over to the base pot right there, where that 6.8K resistor is to ground. Ta-da! Poor base pot. I put it through so much. Fix this boo-boo, fix that boo-boo. It seems to be right over here. The base pot boo-boo. Go. We've got a firm connection already. Now the only things left on the front would be to put a ground on that part of the volume pot. We'll do that with a leg, and then I got this other wire that snakes all the way through to pin 7 of the tube over here. So if I were to beep boop this wire, from there it should go to pin 7. Wow, it does. So that goes to the middle of the volume pot. Middle of the volume. I might have gone a little crazy there. I think I had a drip. And my lead was long. What's going on with that? That's a drip. What about my lead? Is it attached? Oh yes. It's very attached. I see somebody's probably all trying to read my phone screen. Somebody asked me a question about something on YouTube. All that stuff that is on the screen is public information. You can go to YouTube and read that comment section yourself. And this will be the last wire for the volume pot. Okay, so I do believe that completes our front panel. Now we have some other electricalness, like this electricalness, and then we have filaments. Okay, now for the electricalness, I am fairly certain that they made an error on... No, they didn't. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. Everything's correct. So I have the IEC jack that should snap in there, and that snaps in and fits pretty solid, which is good because I had another one some time ago that fit a little less solid. And then we have our electric accessory jack, and that fits pretty solid. So either the pieces I got before were a little out of tolerance, or the laser cutter was a little bit on the wide side that day. So our earth grounds need to go to earth ground, right? So should I use earth ground green? This is actually a stranded wire, so I enjoy using it less. And in other news, this earth ground terminal rides a little spooky close to the tube pins, but there is enough clearance there. So I'm going to try to just not worry about it. Where'd my razor knife go? Over here. I know carpenters would tell me to measure twice, cut once, but that's just not my style today. Thrice. I want to get this wire almost dead straight, just because it's close to the socket, the tube socket, and I really don't want to have it beeble-bobbling around anywhere. So, has everybody yet figured out the... Ooh, I get the sound of running water there as the sound effect upstairs. Fun, fun. So we're going to solder that to that grounding tab that we put on the transformer way at the beginning of this adventure. Told you it had a purpose. If you've been here that long, you probably don't have ADD. Or if you do, you're visiting me for the 12th time, because you can handle this for about 20 minutes at a clip, maybe. There we go. Earth ground is complete. Cool. Now, the common is easy. It says black wire, and that just comes bloop, right to there. So, where's my toy stripper there? There we go. Oh, yeah, additionally, I'm going to want to put a jumpy wire to the other thingamabob. Yep. Putting jumpy wires so the electrical socket works. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay, that are a good connection. Let's find another color. There is wire in there. I'll just go find it. There's some wire. I think I pulled some of the insulation off of this, or I've used this to make some naked wire. Now, granted, they're flying from the hot side straight to the fuse, which is doable, but I've already got to go to there, so I could do it either way. Yeah. I figure I'll just make it just like the picture. When in doubt, make it just like the picture. So now I need a longer wire. There's probably no rule that says the other way won't work correctly. But if I'm kind enough to give this documentation to my purchaser, which I will, because that's what I do. Okay, we'll send that down the road, the fuse, later. Send this to the other common. Whew, it's still hot. Bigger parts hold heat. Das ist gut. Now I gotta go put the fuse in. I don't got no fuse to put in yet. Stand by. I seem to have misplaced the included fuse. You know what? I'll bet you a nickel it's in this bag. Oh, sure enough. See, there it is. Ha! That actually looks a little more robust than my Chinesium fuse that I found. I'll go put that back in the Chinesium fuse package. Alright. I'm thinking about something. I'm going to be coming through here with the filament wires. And I'm thinking that that might be, I don't know, a little in the way. So we'll try it. big socket. Cool. I didn't put the power switch in either. Dude. Go. It's in there tight, pretty straight. I can sit here and fuss for days as to whether that's straight or not. It still ain't gonna get me anywhere. What do I want to do with this? I don't like that being exposed like that. But there's not a... I have an idea. So... Okay, Microsoft said my file was getting too long. Again. All these bigger pieces, man, it just takes longer for everything to dry. So just so the children are less likely to hurt themselves, because we really care about the children who shouldn't be sticking their fingers into high voltage guitar amplifiers anyway. Put a little bit of shrink tubing on that. And I know there's somebody right now in the comment section, if they're even still watching at this point, typing away that I put the fuse before I put the switch, and so some poor dingbat are going to shock themselves on the fuse holder, because they're going to reach their fingers all the way in there and hold that while jamming. I mean, come on. come on. I mean, I know the world is full of airheads, but yeah, there we go. Filament wires, they're going to have to go underneath. It's just going to be a tight fit. Now, which one of the wires for the power transformer is it trying to tell me to use? Could be the brown one, could be the blue one. Brown one's 120 volts, blue is 125 volts. Really sucks is I measure my voltage here in my house to be 123 volts. And I rarely see it down actually at 120 volts anywhere. So my instinct says to use the 125. But I've done it either way. It doesn't seem to make a hill of beans of difference on your output B plus voltages, maybe a difference of 5 to 7 volts. But I've seen way more places with their voltage too high than their voltage too low. So I'm gonna just bank that and ride that pony. Okay, now the blue wire shall represent 125 volts input. And note it's not the blue one with the red stripe on it. It's a different wire that does a different thing. We still have some more wires we have to sort out later. I'm sure any of you international viewers are going 120 or 125 voltage? I figured it'd be 220 or 240. Contrary to popular belief, here in the US we do have 220 volt, but we split it into two rails. Most of our stuff runs on half of that. And the old timers call it 110 because that's what it used to be, probably when these amplificators were being designed. And low voltage conditions were a thing, but not lately. And knowing this customer, he's not going to be running a lower voltage situation because he's trying to get the most out of his solar batteries. He's not an off-grid kind of dude. Okay, so that's that part. We still got a few more transformer wires to wire. We're looking for red, yellow stripe, and green yellow stripe. There's green yellow stripe. There's the green yellow stripe. That's what I wanted. And I think this is red yellow stripe. Now these two are center taps that need to be grounded. And I have a convenient ground point on my star that I made there. Yeah. It's thinking ahead. Now let's see if our toy wire strippers can actually do two at once. Place your bets. Nope. Well, no. Still no. That can barely do one. Come on, you turd. Okay, you fail. It's time to get the knife. Tin those just to make myself feel better. Okay. And then we're going to twist these two together and stick them up to ground. Stick them up to ground, not up your ground. Gotta move fast to that plastic wiring insulation. It likes to melt. And it starts to peel away. That's no good. Alright. Now we do have a wire here that is red with a blue stripe, and that's the tap for the bias. So that's got to go under here to that point at that 10K resistor. that's funny. That brushed against my skin, and weirdly enough, I felt what kind of felt like an electric shock, which is mental. That doesn't make any sense. It's not plugged into anything. It's been disconnected and laying in a box for eons. So it must have just magically, mystically picked up some kind of magic electricity from the air. It's the only thing I can think. Can't see good. Just flip it over. Do it this direction, maybe. And put my big noodle head in there. Maybe I can see better. That's much more better. It's in there good. Hooray. Okay. Now it's down to the dreaded filaments. Oh, by the way, when nobody was looking, I put a bit of adhesive on the corner of this because these jacks don't hold it in, and it was getting floppy. You didn't see that. So I gotta go green wires to the power light. Yeah, green wires, power light, and then I gotta loop here, 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 here. Fun. Okay, so this is something that's not written pretty, whatever, not well written. In here, you take the green pair and you come up to the pilot light, but then it says to all fills, and the filament on these tubes is 2 and 7, and it's 5, 4, and 9 on all of these tubes. So I got to go down a whole row with these, and it's tradition, and it's said to help reduce AC hum if you twist your filament wires together. I don't have evidence that proves that it does, but I'm not going to chance it to find out if it does or not, because this is too much work. I feel like I want to tin those, but no good place to hold them. Top of that, I gotta get the other piece of wire in there too. So that's good. But now I got to get my other wires in there. And I got to go like round the bend and stuff. So I've decided it needs to be about that long, I guess. Now this is my heavier lacquer coated wire. I use this because I use this. You don't have to use this. You can use the wire in the kit. Why do I use this wire? Because I use this wire. I don't have a good answer for you. Okay. So now that those are together, we bob and weave and twist and work our way to first power tube, and before I get too crazy, we better double check our lengths. How are we doing on length? A little too much. So we'll snip a lot of times if you find you're a little too long on these, just twist them a little tighter. Just don't break them off, because then you're going to be crying. And that's going to not be fun. This wire's aggravating to strip. Is it aggravating or aggravating? One of you English language professors, correct me if I'm wrong. Hey, there you go. Now that I've made it this far, now I have to come off of this tube and go to this tube with these same kind of wires. Alright, so here's your update. In the corner there, following it around, we go to our first tube there, and then we come up, and we are ducking underneath the fuse holder, going to the second tube, and I still have to run the jumper wires off of that tube to go to this tube, and then to this tube, and then to this tube, and then to that tube. Okay, so I haven't soldered it down yet. We're coming off of that tube. Now we're coming over here. Now pins 4 and 5 on this tube have to be connected together. So that yellowy, creamy colored wire there has both pins 4 and 5 on it. And then pin 9 is our other one there, filaments. See? 4, 5, and 9. Oops, well, maybe I missed it. I don't know. I'll just recap anyway, but I wasn't getting a lot of sound, and it turned out the switch on the speaker connector there wasn't quite opening, so it was still sort of grounding my signal out, and that's a bummer. Now I got plenty of signal. And do I have tremolo? That'll be fun to find out. Yep. That's cool. Wonder if the reverb works. Let's see. Yeah, well, the recovery works. We got plenty of volume. How many volts am I pumping into this thing? Let's find out. Well, it's definitely not the right setting to have that on. AC volts. 100. Creep it up to 113. 119.6. Close enough for jazz. I'll run with that. So we'll call that full voltage for the moment. Let's see how we are doing in the land of vacuum tube. And these are JJ 6 V6S, which are actually 14 watt tubes, where a normal 6L6, or not 6L6, 6V6, instead of a 6V6S, a 6V6 is 12 watts. So I've got 342 volts drop across that tube, and my voltage drop across my 1 ohm resistor is 6 millivolts. It says 6 millivolts, so that would be 6 milliamps. That tube's barely on. Yeah. I don't know how much I trust this meter. What's our voltage from cathode to plate? 344, 343, 344. And our voltage drop across the 1 ohm resistor is only like, yeah, 6 millivolts. That translates to ain't much. 5, 6. Yeah, these tubes are, I got the negative bias, like, I got these things running cold as ice, but yet it's still kind of loud. Okay. That ain't so bad. So, despite the fact that I don't want to, not because I don't want to, it's more like because it's slightly annoying to get the tubes in and out of the bear traps. I'm gonna go get my bias probe. Okay kids, so check out the Kobe probe 9 million. we are indeed running about 6 to 7 milliamps in this, and this is the equivalent of a 6V6 GTA, which is a 14 watt tube. It is a little bit more powerful than your normal ordinary 6V6, but anyway, at this voltage it would be more appropriate to have these things running up to 28 milliamps according to my calculator. So let's put our screwdriver on here and crank it up. And the voltage falls a little bit, and our wall voltage is probably still a little low because I'm on the Variac. So there's 25. We're getting closer. I should probably put this on ordinary everyday low voltage, but I set the Variac at 120. We move it up just a tiny bit. That'll be closer to like 124.5, whatever we're gonna see. Okay, so we're technically not running at 350 volts anymore. We're running more like at 325 volts at 25 milliamps. So let's throw that into our calculator. We're going to change this to 325, well, not 25, 325. Calculate. And our plate current is currently 25 milliamps. So we're running at 58% plate dissipation. That's not a lot. We can go, again, we're trying to shoot for getting closer to 70%. But we are at 58%, so that's pretty close. Let's just creep it up just a little more. What's our voltage now? Is it still 325? No. It's more like 315. 315. Calculate. What is our millivolts? We are at 20, or milliamps. We are at, I'm reading 28. Calculate 63. Alright. Can you read that? I can. It says 63. The bright light coming from the LED is blocking your path and maybe reflecting too much. Can I put a piece of paper or something up there to make it easier for you to read it? What can we do to make it easier for you to read it? There you go. Oh, good. Now the phone screen goes a little dimmer. There you go. %. That's certainly not pushing our luck, I wouldn't say. It's pretty reasonable. I generally shoot for a 60-ish %, so 61, 62, something like that. Oh, I forgot to show you the magic trick. Okay, it's not good to turn your amplifier on and off like that, by the way. Let's see, is it the last knob on the end? Let's see, there's our input jacks. It's this one right there. That's our intensity for our tremolo. And if you turn the tremolo, the bias shifts. Whoa! Whoa! Isn't that cool? It's a bias shifting tremolo. Alright. There's tremolo not on. And there's tremolo-lowing away like crazy. Woo! Alright. I suppose we still need to see if the reverb works, right? Yeah. Let's take our bias probe back out of here and then we'll see if the reverb works. I'm gonna bet it does. Oh crap. I've got pause and resume backwards on this, where I missed my spot. Anyway, the initial results were correct, that the bias was really low. It was only drawing like 8 milliamps. It should be drawing more like 28 milliamps. I did show the calculator. I don't know if Microsoft Windows saw it here. I'm trying to record with this Windows program and I'm not used to it. So I'll re-show you that. If this is in the footage twice, you'll just have to be mad at me. But there's where our no, that's my home screen. Bias calculator program, come on. There we go. Bias calculator program. We are currently at 63% with our current values. So that's good. This is a push-pull amp. The maximum for this would be a 70, and we're running at 63. And then I wanted to show you the cool trick, which maybe if I already showed this, I'm going to feel stupid because you're going to see it twice. But this has a bias shifting tremolo. So if you turn the tremolo up, the bias of the tubes goes whoa, because it's turning them on and off and on and off and on and off. Fun, huh? Alright. Groovy. Hopefully most of that was not lost media. I got this biased. I showed you the bias. I showed you even the bias shifting function that the tremolo uses. And I said we were going to test the reverb. And then, for whatever reason, I had another technical difficulty with the camera. Okay, so I got a reverb tank. This is the reverb tank for the amplificator. And the cables we're going to use. Now, it's very easy to get these backwards, but let's see. So if I remember right, it's out to out and in to in on the original animal. And that doesn't want to go in. There it goes. And yeah, give me a hard time, will you? Of course it will. Go in the hole. Tight-fitting RCAs. That's not a bad thing. Alright. I got a lot of where's that coming from? Actually, I think I know where that's coming from. That's coming from my input lead on the ground. Duh. So let's find the reverb knob. So that's going to be the third one over here. Let's turn up the reverb. She's maxed out. Oh yeah. She's in outer space, baby. Cool. So yeah, everything's pretty much working. I should probably stick a guitar through this for 10 seconds and just make sure that that doesn't sound like garbage. That's my hand on the cable again. So I'll just put my guitar through here for 30 seconds. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think it's working just fine and peachy. And I know a lot of people like to tone test the crap out of these on the bench. I know what this amp sounds like, and this amp sounds like this amp's supposed to sound, as far as I can tell. Okay, so try it on my ratted out speaker, which is going to sound ratty and distorty. Yeah, that's fine. So that's an old ratty speaker with stuff rattling around inside of it, and it's gonna sound ratty, but trust me, it's fine. Okay everybody, time to get mad. This amplifier is not supposed to be in tweed, because it's not a tweed amp. This is a blackface style circuit. It's not supposed to be tweed, but the customer wanted a tweed amp, so I got him a tweed amp. And when he tried out the amplifiers that I make, he liked the Monarch, which is the 60s Princeton style circuit there that we just built, with a 12-inch speaker rather than a traditional 10. So we have to solder up the speaker and install the reverb tank. And in a Weber kit, the reverb tank installs a little different than you might think. And I hope I didn't cool off the soldering iron, because I'm a dingbat and I forgot. And now I gotta go pause the camera and I gotta walk around to do it. If you think you could film better, why don't you come over and help? We gotta make a speaker wire. I got this 90-degree jack. Alright. Gotta take the cover off of it. And we got the wire to use it. But the ground is the shell, and then the tip is the signal. So they gave us stranded wire that is in black and white. I use this usually for the speaker. There's plenty of this wire, like probably more than you would need for the speaker. So I assume maybe they were thinking you could use this for the filaments or something else as well. But it's very flexible. So very flexible inside the amp isn't my style. It's just I like things that I can bend and put where I want them to be put, and then they stay there. most interesting parts of this amp build are probably done, but there are a few more things I think you might want to know. There's kind of an unusual way that Weber has you mount your reverb tanks. I could really use a helping hand to hold this. Let's see. I think that's what they call these. I got one buddy of mine always calls these roach clips. It's like, well, okay, you can call them whatever you want. Call mine George. The problem is none of these are made for anything quite this big. You gotta put that in there and bleep, falls right out. Actually, before we do that, let's tin that wire. I don't want to put a bead of solder kind of over there. And hopefully it'll stick. Right now it's giving me the finger. It's just like soldering, and that's why I hate helping hands. There, finally got some solder adhesion there. And the thing is it's so easy to turn this whole connector. Yep, I melted the plastic a bit. I overheated the plastic. And now that weeble wobble's really bad. Great. That rivet's now a smidge loose because the plastic went a little melty. Crap. Okay, so I found another one and I soldered it. Yay. And I can't manage to rip the wires off of it, so that's good. Now I'm about to solder in my speaker, but I don't want to be stupid and drip hot solder on the cone. So I'm going to put just a little bit of paper behind there. You don't want to push the cone out or anything, but just enough to catch a drip. And we'll solder that on. And after that's done, I usually like to, twist this wire together so it looks prettier. It's probably more wire than we need per se, but twist it up together. Maybe throw a zip tie on it. Sometimes I twist it before I solder it, which is probably a smidge smarter. But anyway, yep, speaker wire. Crap. Okay, so I twisted it now. It's staying twisted. Mounting the reverb tank, kind of different. Step 1, put a grommet in each of those 4 holes. Optional step 2, you have T-nuts. Optional step is to flatten the teeth out. I like to flatten the teeth out. Okay, so I skipped a couple steps showing you, but what you do is you take those flat T-nuts, and there's springs, okay? And you put a spring above and a spring below, so you make a spring suspension for your reverb tank. Like that. So spring above, spring below, wood screw down the middle, T-nut at the top to keep your spring-a-thing from going away. Okay, so tied the cable up there for the reverb tank. It's not touching the tubes. I put the chassis in the framework and put the back on and all that stuff. Okay, so this saga is supposed to have a happy ending, but it had a crappy ending. I got it together, everything was cool. I was playing it, the cabinet had a couple of rattles, so I put a little bit of felt between the back panel there to make that stop rattling. And then it sounded bloated, like way too bassy for this model amp. And when you'd hit a big note, you'd get a funky jingle jangle in it. It's not doing it now. It's probably too loud for Mr. Camera. That's probably what the camera prefers. But anyway, yeah, it was jingle jangly. I think that those JJ power tubes, one of them had kind of a jingle to it. If I held it firmly so it couldn't jiggle, the jingle jangle would stop. So I think I got a bum tube. I put some more traditional 6L or 6V6s in it, and things have calmed down a lot. And of course, switching from a 14 watt 6V6 to a 12 watt, I did have to rebias it. And then let's just prove our tremolo works. We're in pretty good shape. I got a little bit more cabinet noise I want to troubleshoot, and Nate did really good on getting me all the parts, but I think they sent me the wrong foot switch because it doesn't have the RCA jacks for this. Lay sigh. We'll be there soon.